Hey, Boss Dress, you in here early? How are you? Y'all, goodness gracious. Looks like y'all favorites can't act right yet again. Pumpkin spice season is definitely underway. How's everybody doing tonight? Whew. Hey, Zayan, how are you, sweetie? Hey, Kiki. Hey, Wanda. I'm good. How about you? Hey, Lady J. Y'all, have y'all paid attention to Busby law firm? Like, they're consistently dropping anywhere from 7 to 10 new lawsuits against Diddy every couple days. Hey, Cashmere. Y'all, when that man said in the press conference that the youngest victim was 9 at the time of the occurrence and there were multiple minors, when I tell y'all, I have seen so much footage on IG and TikTok since he did that live press conference. We're sorry about that, y'all. They starting with me early. I don't know what's the last thing everybody heard me say. Um, I just read the Justin Bieber comment. Yeah, Justin Bieber's been to it and through it. I send him lots of love. Hey, Vintage Paris Style. Hey, DS Raven. Hey, Tanja. Zaline. Okay. Well, hello from France. I hope I said that right. Hey, Princess Pool. Empress Fee. Hey, Cat Eyes. Hey, Luscious Lovely Lady. Hey, Kaylin. Who y'all? So, for everybody in membership, because I don't know if I'm going to put this out on the regular page, but I was thinking about covering the Southern District of New York office that is investigating everyone right now, and then also covering Busby Law Firm. Oh, thank you, Zeline. I just wanted to make sure I said that right. Thank you. So, I don't know what's going on lately. Like, if any of you are content creators, tell me if you had this problem. Like, this last week, it was super hard for me to get anything uploaded, and it wouldn't allow me to put names on my video. So, a couple of the videos that went up this week, it just said no title because I couldn't change it. Hopefully, it's all worked out now because I want to, start uploading a lot more. So, expect like a video dump, so to speak, because things were moving so slow. It was something with the upload where I couldn't get it to even accept the uploads. He said something's up with BuzzFeed because they don't want to name drop celebrities involved. Um, y'all gotta understand how big this is. This is far bigger than celebrity. If anything, the celebrities are the ones that are going to get thrown under the bus. And I have no sympathy for anybody that's involved in stuff like this that gets thrown under the bus. But those are like the people at the lower tier. See, y'all got to understand the media, when they get stuff like this, it comes straight from, the government. So they're salivating at being able to release this information. They've been given a timetable to release this information. This stuff is going to come through like tiered, okay? It's Remember the timetable when I was telling y'all, if it hits the blogs, it piques the interest. Once it makes it to mainstream, better known, you know, in the hood as the white news, it's over. So they're saving the bombshell information for that main media, because I'm telling y'all, it's going to be a frenzy. You got to understand how many different outlets are going to be fighting to get Emmys, Tonys, Oscars. Like, people are going to be making their careers out of this case. And this is going to happen globally, not just in the United States. Like Pulitzer Surprise Awards, like big things are going to come out of covering this case. Careers are going to change, from law all the way through media. I've been telling y'all, Court TV is going to be the most exciting go-to network or television outlet for the next 2 years. Because y'all got to remember, New York doesn't have the law where the cameras can't come into the courtroom. That's California. New York allows you to come in and record big cases like this. Now, will this be recorded? Due to the sensitive nature of a lot of this information, it could be an automatic no, because y'all, this is sticky. This is huge. So if we get to see anything, it'll be enough for dramatic effect. But as big as I've been seeing, they're going to make sure that this is almost handled like it's going before a tribunal. You said Millie was 10 hours knee deep yesterday. She blazed. Wow, I didn't know she was on for 10 hours. Go ahead, Millie. Definitely dedicated. But I will say this, though. Millie stood in the trenches. Millie covered that case through and through. A lot of her notes and Mo notes are what, we got to go off of until they started to finally release, the docket for the case. It's so much that was swept under the rug with this case. It was crazy. When I was able to look through, the stenographer's reports, just, okay, what did everybody say in court? And then you see, the private conversations where they have the sidebars. And you realize that Tory's lawyer, it wasn't that he was a bad lawyer. He had so much opposition. Like, he came in short notice, had to take over. They refused to give him time for discovery so that he could go through all the evidence. 10 days for a case like this, is what could he do in a week? A week, it wasn't much he could do. And then he comes in here and you read these sidebar conversations between him and the judge and the prosecution. And you see in the sidebars, he's calling the judge out. He's calling the prosecution out. He's saying that they're not issuing evidence or handling things in proper legal order. So he's not just, taking this situation lying down. He's saying to the judge, like, look, there's a proper pecking order. Follow the order of the law. And then the judge would just be like, okay, well, I'll let it go. So at the end of the day, the judge has the final word on what's going to be said. So he can't override the judge. So he was in a tough position either way it went. You said, I think the lawyers were all colluding on both sides to take him down, in my opinion. I know how Jay gets down. I believe the initial female lawyer may, have the propensity for that behavior for sure. That's my opinion. The last lawyer before the ones he has now, I don't see that one as corrupt. I just see him, being thrown into a situation that was unwinnable. You won't give him time for discovery. He has pretty much, a week to dig up everything he can get. He needed more than 10 days to get ready. If you put in, let's say you put in subpoena for certain information, you get, information, take it to the judge. Hey, I need this, and this. Okay, we sign off on this paperwork. Guess what? In 10 days, that information is not back yet. You can't use it as evidence. You can't go over it in discovery. You don't have enough time. So that was the biggest, problem when it came down to it. He was thrown into it. He didn't have enough time. And then the judge was just doing the most and the least at the same time. But you would never know that if you don't, get a chance to read it for yourself, to read the discovery and to see what was going on. I'm still floored that Kathy Ta doxed a witness. I mean, literally, if you read Kelsey's testimony, Kelsey's supposed to be reading the text message from Justin so that she could tell us about the communication between her and Justin after everything happened before, the helicopter, was overhead, right? She goes to read it and she's like, oh, somebody's address is on here. Kathy Todd tells her, oh, just go down to the bottom and read that. What? You mean to tell me you handed unredacted paperwork to a witness and endangered another potential witness on the stand during the trial? Like, come on now. Oh, thank you, Hunter. You said that's what happened with the DNA results. Shaking my head. Yeah, they knew no matter what he put in for, if he got that paperwork in, got those requests, he could put in whatever requests he wanted to put in. 10 days, though, none of this stuff will be back. They knew that. Oh, thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna tap into a few things, but Tory's new defense, oh my gosh. Y'all, when I tell y'all they cooking with hot grease, like to read that last, to read the last motion, when I tell you they got off on that paperwork, they got off on that paperwork. Oh my God, y'all. I never been so excited to read somebody being an intelligent gangster in my life. I was like, yes, okay. Baby, they were giving it to them. So, okay, these are all new. Yeah, they were giving it to them, and I loved it because it's like, okay, finally, not on, it won't be the time restraint. They addressed what was done. They addressed what wasn't properly done. They addressed what they need to be reversed because it wasn't properly done. They addressed the fact that it was, possible collusion in the first place, and the fact that they got the AG to look at that situation and say, hey, This could also be racial biased as well. So they have been doing a wonderful job. You said, yes, they proved some great things in that paperwork with common sense and logic. Yes. And that's the thing. It was an extended brief, but even though it was extended, it wasn't extended as far as being too wordy. They got straight to the point. They were very eloquent with the way that they put things together. They gave a great timeline on how things need to be handled so that, this goes back before, the judge. It goes before, whatever board, whoever has to see this, the AG, is clear cut straight down. So I don't think they're asking for anything impossible. At the end of the day, all you can say is listen, all we want is the opportunity to show the actual evidence and handle everything by the code. We have to follow the letter of the law. Let's go ahead and handle this the way that it needs to be handled by the letter of the law. You have to look at that and say, okay, that's fair. Right, wrong, and indifferent. Let's see, who is this? Izzy, let's get you right back on the slow bus. There you go. Bye-bye. Thank you, Cat Eye says, welcome to Allegedly Wednesdays. Like, comment, subscribe, share, and turn on your notification bells to all. Thank you. Hey, Rhonda. So, y'all, I know for a fact, for everybody who's been following me since Shanquella Robinson, I have a surprise that's going to be a membership. So I am going to do an update. It came to me last night what I need to do. There are a few things that I predicted for her case that still are coming to fruition as we speak. I told y'all that it was going to have to go from, AG to AG, the American AG to Mexico's AG. It was never going to be the feds. The feds definitely dropped the ball. Just the way that the whole investigation was handled from the very beginning. It took someone very knowledgeable to make sure that she wasn't processed a certain way, because they knew if she was processed a certain way, it was no way they could save the people who, did what they did to her. So I'm gonna do an update and put it in membership. It may come as a surprise to some of you, the angle that it's coming from, but if you paid attention to all of my videos, I don't think so. I'll just give you a hint. I want to say on the lower view end, the lower end views end rather, for her videos. The video I did about the De La Rosas Anayas, the AG, the prosecutor for Cabo San Lucas, and I want to say the reporter Zuningas. Like, there's information in there that should be, right on track for now. Um, it's a lot of political red tape, a lot of political red tape. So just saying that, it'll make it make way more sense when y'all see it in membership. So let's see. I bet you got some pretty feet. I do. My feet are just as cute as my hands. Oh, at least I'm getting a nice trolls. Thank y'all. Hey, Angel B. So y'all give me some topics. I wanted to, give everybody enough time to get in here. I didn't want to start, pulling on anything too early. Did y'all see the whole situation with Wiz Khalifa? Oh, thank you, Vintage Paris Doll. Yeah, did y'all see what's going on with Wiz Khalifa? Like, okay, said it sounds better now. Yeah, they trying to lock him up, like hardcore lock him up. And I ain't talking about a couple months or something in the county. They're trying to put him in the pen. Um, I think he was doing a show or something somewhere. If I'm not mistaken, it was overseas. And, we know he for the chief, whatnot. And I believe he lit one on stage. Yes. Yes, for smoking on stage. Yes. And baby, they want to throw the book at him for smoking on stage. Y'all, I thought I was hearing it wrong. I had to cut my TV up. Like, excuse me? Like, okay, I could see a ticket. I could even see, we'll put you in here for a week for acting up and you pay a ticket. But goodness gracious. This is not Diddy's house. Quit asking me to oil up. Get you right up out of here. Damn, when the weirdos come marching in. Yeah, y'all. Let's see. I'll make him my first tap in. Angel, spirit guides, and ancestors of the highest heavenly order, show me the energy around Wiz Khalifa and his current legal troubles. Put a fiery hedge of protection around me, everyone who is watching this, and Wiz. Keep us all safe from hurt, harm, and danger, seen and unseen. Block all maleficent spirits, any trickster spirits, any monitoring spirits. Make them all dumb, deaf, and blind. Let it be done on earth as it is in heaven. Alrighty. Show me the energy around Wiz Khalifa. Show me the energy around Wiz Khalifa. Yeah. It's definitely the authorities, got involved. It's like they swooped in on him. Very hasty. Yeah, it's like they came at him like they were going to search him like he was distributing. Like they wanted to make a very big example or a very big case out of this. So it's like, think about what happened to Nicki, but on steroids, okay? Thank you, Cat Eyes. Anybody looking for a reading? Cat Eyes just put my email in the chat so that, you can have it. It's angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com for anyone that's watching the playback if you don't have access to the comments. So, y'all, he's deep in his feelings because he's like, damn, I'm gonna have to come out of a grip. I'm gonna have to spend a lot of money. Y'all, this case, they were really trying to throw the book at him. This is not a PR stunt. He's definitely gonna fight it, but it's gonna be a journey. This is not gonna be, just a. They don't want to settle for giving him a slap on the wrist. I don't know what the hell is going on over here during pumpkin spice season out there in the Holly of the Woods. But y'all, people are so nervous that it's a wish fulfillment to be combative and just start telling on some of everybody. This is nuts. Thank God this is allegedly Wednesdays where we go to the Rabbit Hole University, because I'm telling you, somebody in the industry is looking very CI like, okay? And this is how they really make their income. And whoever this is getting very antsy because people are getting in trouble anyway. And this is going to jeopardize their income if everybody starts getting caught up in these RICOs. Who will they have to tell on? Allegedly. No, baby, I'm not telling them anything that's vague, ghost official. You got to check my resume. I do cold cases. I've even done a cold case for the FBI. Now, for legal purposes, I'm not naming who this is that's setting people up. Because on YouTube, if you say certain names, your live shut down, you get trouble trying to upload videos. So the people who used to be in here, they know what's up. We got code names for people. We speak a certain way so that we can get the story out. But welcome to the family. Baby, don't nobody give me info but God. That's how I know you new and you here trolling. My accuracy is top tier. And like I said, you've got the people in the industry who make money off of snitching getting very nervous right now. These are men in the industry. They be considered going into that age where, they like the big homie, the unk, okay? People who have aged out, but they're still cool, okay? These are also people very highly visible. People you see do interviews. They're about to lose their job. Because who would they have to tell on? This is how they really make money. Sweetheart, ain't nobody about to go back and forth with you. You're obviously a crayon eater. To the left. It's always somebody slow like that want to give all the credit to witchcraft. Witchcraft came very, very far after the Most High created anointings. I don't do witchcraft. I don't have to sit here and do any type of incantations to get my messages. That's the problem. It's silly people like you that give so much credit to witchcraft that you end up putting all types of negative energy on yourself, cursing your damn self. You wouldn't even know a witch if you really met one. Most of the people that you hang out with are witches and warlocks. But because they hold Bibles, you wouldn't even know. Learn what witchcraft really is, because you'd be surprised. Some of those people who always give you Bible quotes are doing witchcraft with things that are supposed to be holy. Hold your tongue until you get some type of intelligence. They used to tell us things like not removing all doubt. If you're ignorant, be quiet. That way nobody knows how dumb you are. See how that works? Sit in the back until you learn something. You're not allowed in the front of this class. You're not smart enough. And I rarely ever go there on somebody that's down in the chat that's trolling. But I'm not going to let you change the energy of what's going on over here because you're slow. Because you weren't allowed on the extra small bus that took you to the class down the very long hallway. You don't get to come over here and change anything. Truth is, you're here because you need to learn something. Talking about God and witchcraft, you don't know which one is which. Stop giving the devil so much credit for God's work. The devil is the one who can't create nothing. All he can do is convince you and then try his best to mislead you and taking a high interest loan that you'll never be able to pay off. Because the only way you could pay it off is to sacrifice yourself. So no matter who goes down, you're going down either way it goes. Now let me get back to work. My apologies for the interruption for everybody else. I feel like that person needed that. For those of y'all who don't know, I got some people who call themselves trolling me, who have been gang stalking me. And they try to make it seem like what I do is a joke because they don't want to admit that I know that it's you. I know what you're doing and it's not working. But if you're going to be here and you're going to watch, mind your manners. Why you watching me anyway? Especially from fake accounts. Yeah, they do need to be in jail. Some of these people had something to do with my house getting broken into. When that investigation is done, I'll be on here to tell y'all the story. People nervous because they don't know what's about to happen. You shouldn't have had my house broken into. I'll tell y'all the story as soon as I get a chance. No, baby, I'm not kidding you. Full police reports, pictures. The story gonna blow y'all away. I smiled through a lot. You see, these people come on here and they pretend to be trolls because they need to tap in. For what? Why are you worried about my energy? Yeah, caught and alive. Absolutely. Y'all see how the comments change now that I called the person out? Comments all of a sudden start changing. Bots are not going to change. They're already, hooked up to a system in a phone farm. Everything is already, put in already. It's in the algorithm. The algorithm is not going to change. That's what these retarded people, matter of fact, I take that back, because retarded people are nice. That's what these bad criminals don't understand. If it's coming from a phone farm and I tell them to leave me alone, it's not going to stop because I tell them to leave me alone. It's coming from a computer. I called you out for messing with me and now you're quiet. You just told on yourself. Thank you. Stupid. So smart, you're dumb. I'm not homeless. There you go. That's not even a bot statement. I'm in my house right now. Where's yours? Y'all, glory be to God, because these people do the most and they don't even understand. They lost before they even begin the game. Yeah, so the authorities, they're trying to move forward with this case on him. Wounded warrior. Y'all, I pray that this doesn't go left the way I see it going left. But this is looking like he could end up fighting this for some months. He needs a very, very, very good lawyer that really is like international law. Someone that is, tied into the embassy, things of that nature. That's the type of help that he's going to need. So, just wow. I mean, to see them go after him like this because he decided to smoke on stage, like they're going after him like he's public enemy number one. I believe he's in Romania. Yes, there it is right there. So just imagine what a prison looks like in Romania. If we think the United States prisons are horrible, imagine a Romanian prison. The language barrier, cultural barrier. And then if there is somebody that'll look out for him and help him, he still has the language barrier. Yeah, it would make sense. Hold on. Let's see. Let's get you out of here. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I mean, I could see if they locked him up for a week and made him pay a ticket, but this is like they are going after him. This is horrible. You would think that he was Jack the Ripper, the way that they wanted to hurry up and persecute him. So yeah, this is bad. What was the female basketball player? What was her name? Remember when she got locked up and they were trying to get Trump to do the pardon? Said, yeah, he's a very chill guy for a rapper. I hope he can pull through. I hope so as well. Yeah, Brittany. Was it? There we go. Brittany Griner. That's her name. So remember when she got locked up, for puffing, and they wanted to keep her. This is like that, but turned up. It, y'all, this is crazy. Like not harming anybody. He didn't hand anything to a minor. Like, yeah, you said they cut her hair and everything, and even with that, hair is very spiritual. The more you get tapped in, the less you will let anybody touch your hair. Not even just about checking your DNA. You said, yeah, they must need another prisoner exchange. That would make sense. That would definitely make sense. And it would also make sense to do it right in time for the presidential elections because it's going to put heat on whoever the leader of the new world is between the old regime and the new regime. Either you guys are going to handle this before you leave, or you're going to pass it off since you're at the end of your rope to whoever comes in next. You said I'm bald and people act crazy over my beard. Hair is spiritual. Yeah, it is. Um, I stopped letting people touch my hair and do my hair a very long time ago. Um, it's not something that's spoken on a regular basis, but a lot of people who are barbers and beauticians are really into esoteric things. And if someone is on the dark side of that and they get your hair, it's a problem. Marie Laveau was a hairstylist. She was a hairdresser, and she wasn't a back alley hairdresser. She worked for the elite. Everybody that came to her were well to do in her time. Said I didn't even think of needing this in a prison exchange. The rabbit hole is deep. That's why I like the exchange that we all have, because this is a thinking collective. You know, I love that all of us have a different vantage point and we can sharpen each other. You said, will he come back? Let me see. This is going to be a hell of a fight. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're geared up against him almost like he's a war crime. He did a war crime or something. Um, so right now, it's like they don't want to accept any offers. They're not taking anything low. So I think your example that you gave us may actually be on to something, because it's like they don't want to use this as like a basic experience, like a regular tourist. They're not going to settle low on this one. What are they trying to do? Okay, so they want to put him in a position where he has no options when it comes to his defense and defending himself, because he has money. Y'all, they want to empty out his pockets. They want this to go into a full knockout, drag out battle in court, so that they can get as much money out of him as they possibly can. And if they can use him, you know, to barter for something bigger, they would, you know, allegedly wait that out to see if that would be an option. So this is very interesting, because you don't want to tell artists to stay out of foreign lands right now, but I will say it's something that they need to consider. It's definitely something that they need to consider. Um, it looks like they want to hold him as long as they can to get all the money they can get out of him. They could have even settled for taking the money he made at that show, which that to me is excessive. But it looks like somebody wants to drain him. Yeah, this is something, y'all listen. Ten of Wands, Ten of Swords. This is someone that has a very long reach. Somebody who was very big reached back, and they felt betrayed, and they betrayed him. Let's just say that. You said, here comes the Diddy jokes. Interesting that you mentioned that name. Yeah, I know who my King of Cups is. And this is falling, the Ten of Wands is falling under that King of Cups. And yeah, and they're fighting to, you know, to keep him in there. Justice and the Hangman in reverse. Um, it looks like he can catch a break on this, but he definitely has to have a top tier lawyer, because they're not trying to give him a slap on the wrist. They want to drag him to hell and back. Yeah, the lawyer is going to have to be a hot shot. He's going to have to come through fast, swift, and in a hurry, because it's like they will shuffle him and get him lost in the mix, and it will just be red tape after red tape after red tape with all the paperwork. So they're going to have to be fast, swift, and aggressive to handle this, because the longer he's caught up in paperwork, it's like the more money somebody gets and the harder it is to get him out, allegedly. Yeah. Yeah. This somebody that he dealt with from the past. This somebody, y'all, this somebody that he worked with. Welcome to the Rabbit Hole University at Allegedly Wednesdays, where all things said are alleged. Allegedly. Oh my God. King of Swords here, representing law enforcement. Two of Pentacles. Big law enforcement coming against him, juggling in this situation due to situations in the past that may have happened while he was working. Y'all. This is attached to people that he may have worked with. And this is falling under that King of Cups. Just know I told y'all he taking everybody with him, however he can get them. I do see, though, this could end up turning into a lucky break for him with the right lawyer. But he definitely needs the right lawyer. Because if he doesn't have the right lawyer, they're going to keep him tied up in tape as long as they possibly can to keep him over there for a few years. My spirit guides are showing me the image from, I'm trying to think of what the movie is. He's a black actor that's also a martial artist. Michael Jai White. He had a movie where he was a fighter. He was a boxer, and he went overseas. I think it was supposed to be like Russia. He went overseas and had a boxing match overseas, and they set him up into a situation where they locked him up in Russia, and the manager was in on it, and they ended up taking the manager out because they didn't want to pay the manager, and they wanted to tie up loose ends, so the manager had to go. But by the time he figured out his manager was involved in setting him up, he was already locked up. So I see that somebody around him, somebody that's been involved with him, put him in a negative situation. Let me see. I pray that he's able to get out of this, because it's like, come on now, Wiz Khalifa is like Willie Nelson. This is somebody that we know for chiefing, for smoking. Like, this is part of who they are. It's like Cheech and, right, Snoop. Cheech and Chong, Snoop. Like, certain people are known for this. It's a part of, their brand. So why would you bring this person into your country and lock them up for something that's a part of their brand, and there's no warning, no nothing? Like, just all bad. And see, because he has money, this also can, it's like a 50-50 situation, because he has money. Wiz is very comfortable. His money can help him get out of this toxic situation and get away, but it's like everything is hinged 50-50. It just depends on the legal team, because if they allow them to tie him up in paperwork, it's going to take them so long to get things reversed and to get things removed, that he would end up serving an ample amount of time, which would take a lot of money. Orange Ivy, what the hell are you talking about? So here it is. He's thinking about, family, marriage, wifey, the woman that he wants to spend the rest of his life with, and how this is going to affect her and the stability of their family. Y'all, this is crazy. I'm telling you, somebody orchestrated this for him. They wanted him to lose. They wanted him to lose. It's like they wanted to put him in a position that would make the woman and the child leave him. Tie up his money in legal fees. Like somebody wants to break him. Let me see. Yeah, somebody wants him to lose at all cost, and it's like it's for me. It's more so the why. Why? What is this? Yeah, him walking away, or them. It's something about separating him from something. Brings in opportunities. Some of y'all may not believe in these, but this looks and feels like a destiny swap. Like somebody put him in this position to lose for them to win. Because the energy that I'm getting is that it's not even just about the authorities. It's like somebody alerted the authorities, and that's what it feels like. They alerted the authorities. Yeah. You got the Knight of Cups here with the Sun, which is like somebody coming forward with an offer. The Sun also brings exposure. Yeah, somebody narked on him. It was brought to authorities' attention. This is what this feels like. You said, does Amber Rose care? I don't think she cares this much. I would hope not, because this also affects her child as well. Because if he's locked up, um, how long do you expect him to be able to care for his child the way that he does? He said camel face because he did say something about Joanne a while back then. Said Wiz came back and apologized for what he said. Now, come on now, Bostress. You picking up what I'm laying down. I'm gonna give it to y'all like this. There's two people involved in the majority of the readings that I do. I don't care who it is. I feel their energy. I know it when it comes through, even when they're not supposed to be involved in a reading. These two people are like peanut butter and jelly. Okay? When it comes to criminal activity and maleficent energy, they work very well together. They co-sign each other. They do each other's dirty work. You said Amber better ask Trump for some help. Well, see, here's the thing. Trump would help Wiz Khalifa because, for one, he's a businessman. So if you got the ticket, he got it. On top of that, Wiz Khalifa is a very likable guy. So to go and save Wiz Khalifa gives him points. You said the king that's not locked up. Um, don't think because that man is locked up, his reach is locked up. I'll say that. Locked up is physical. Reach is everywhere. Well, I mean, if Wiz did enforce, I mean, if he did endorse him, excuse me, it wouldn't matter because it would never make it to the media. He's over in a foreign prison, foreign jail. It, they're not letting him get no message out like that. Orange Ivy, let's get you out of here because nobody got time for your shit. If you don't believe in what I do, why are you still here? See what I mean, y'all? Who comes to somebody's reading to try to make the people in the comments not watch the reading? All you got to do is just not be here yourself. See? Problem solved. Said ASAP Rocky, Andrew Tate, almost Nikki. Interesting list. You know, people was like, we should boycott Romania. And the sad part is they were like, well, most of us don't go over there anyway, so it was already boycotted. I was like, y'all got to understand, this is chess, not checkers. This ain't about just regular tourism. See, boycotting Romania works if you're a part of the tourism. Most of y'all ain't a part of the tourism, so they don't care. That's why they didn't go after a tourist that represents a certain image in America. They went after someone that is considered a community figure. He said, what is this? David, I don't know about that friend. That sounds like they're doing Gypsy Tarot. If they're talking about the Eight of Diamonds, Eight of Diamonds is like Eight of Swords. So I hope that's no. Wait a minute. Is it diamonds? Let me remember, because it's been a while since I read Gypsy cards. So the clubs are pentacles, hearts are the cups, the spades are swords. Okay, diamonds are wands. So that means things are moving fast for you. I had to think about that, y'all. It's been a while since I've read Gypsy cards. I can do that too. So can we tap into Tommy Lee? Baby, listen. Tommy Lee is a nut, okay? And they really need to get it together over there at that network, because I don't care what paperwork somebody signed for a contract for that network. NDAs, all of that. None of it supersedes a judge's orders and criminality. And what she did was criminal. And to be honest, like, you could have really seriously injured somebody. You could have, made somebody blind. You could have hit an artery and put somebody in the hospital. All types of things could have happened. Like, we're talking about, the little BB with the CO2 cartridge on it. Those things hurt. Angie, that's the first time I heard that James stole 60K from Chrisean. I had never heard that before, but I tell you what, if he stole $60 from me, I would have busted his lip too. So 60K. That's interesting. I've never heard that before. We can tap into it though. Let me find some cards for Tommy Lee. Ooh, Heaven help me. Tap me into the energy around Tommy Lee and this stuffed animal and this BB Pow Pow. Alrighty. Tommy Lee, Tommy Lee. Um, I don't even want to read that on that diagnosis because I feel like no matter what's going on with Bobby, if she was a real friend or real as she claimed she was, that's something that would have never ever ever been said publicly. And I'm going to give him his privacy on that. No real friend, I don't care how mad you get, would yell that out on, a platform for everybody to hear. Not unless it's a public safety concern when it comes to that, and it wasn't. Show me the energy around Tommy Lee and her antics. Okay, we got Knight of Swords. So that's somebody coming in fast with a message or because of a message. And it caused a lot of burdens. And Ten of Wands are heavy burdens. That's burdens that people feel like they can't get over. So it's like her being aggressive. It's like it's finally getting to the point to where they have to make a choice. And for those of y'all that's been following me for a while, I told y'all that they already had been thinking about firing her and getting her off the network. So allegedly that can be back on the table for her being impulsive and coming in here the way that she did. The liability of it all. The fact that people could sue the network for what she did because this was a workplace injury for those who got injured. And just to know that this is somebody who, every time she ends up on reality TV, it's always the execs, the network people that get her out of the way. And it does not appear to be getting better. So 6 of Pentacles and the Empress, it's like they give her the money because they feel like she produces. She is, good for television. This looks like her also, being good at hustling, getting money under the table. Queen of Pentacles. So she definitely gets to the money. But there's a third party involved over here at the network that is just thinking about going with someone else, offering someone else an opportunity. And y'all, I want y'all to pay attention to how messy they're about to be with Baddies Midwest, because they just brought Stunner Girl back. So I'm here to tell you that them bringing Stunner Girl back is not by chance. If you got Tommy on here and you feeling some type of way about Tommy and you want her off the show, but she's good for business, she's good for the network because she gets them numbers, she gets them, blogs. But it looks like they're going to use that to their advantage, allegedly, and it's going to be used against her. So since she's good for the turn up, they're going to make sure that she has to work hard for her money. And that's where she's going to have to be careful. You said they need to get rid of the whole network. Say, yes, true, she is very problematic. Not the token drunk, damn. So the network acts like they're scared of Tommy. To the person who just said the network act like they're scared of Tommy, you got the card of the truth, Ace of Swords. But I'm telling you, there's somebody that is considering going with someone new because they could pay them way less to turn up and be confrontational. So it's like we can get more for less. Said the network act like they scared of Tommy. I read that one. Okay. You got the Nine of Wands here, the wounded warrior. So it's like people are telling the truth about, you know, what happened with this ordeal and, you know, this whole BB, you know, pow pow. It's a situation that caught people off guard. It's like, yeah, we're here to fight, we're here to turn up, but it's like this went too far. This got a little too real. Like she really traumatized some people. Says she be fighting security. She will not let me out, baby. Hey, Nandy. Listen, she got to watch it because it's like she got people conspiring against her to bring her stability to an end. Um, but it's like she knows something she ain't got no business knowing. And that's like I don't know if it's Lemmy or the producers, but it's somebody that makes decisions. It's their Achilles heel. Um, and I feel like it's something that could seriously affect their stability or their marriage. And marriage doesn't always have to be like romantic relationship. Marriage can be like, you know, business contracts, things like that, because those are, you know, types of marriages. Once you sign a contract with another entity and you merge together, that is considered a business marriage. Said they had another girl named Melanie Fox. Okay. That was considered, and she was going to fight with the new girl Ivory because, oh, wow. Now she threw P. See, I couldn't be on a show like this. Anything that far? No. No, no, no. We're going to the Coliseum. You no, ma'am. So she done threw P on somebody at the other previous network. Yeah, they needed to turn her down because that's too far. That's way too far. Yeah, that is animalistic behavior. No, ma'am. That's a fight from a whole nother place. I'm fighting your ancestors. You throw some pee at me. Not Ivory thick neck self. Y'all terrible. Don't laugh that hard, such a lady. I ain't lying. I'm whooping all the way down through the spirit line. Damn the bloodline. You throw some pee on me, everybody got to pay. Your great grandmammy getting out the grave to get this work. That's a fight from a whole nother place. No, thank you. You don't know what's going on with people and their bodily fluids and what type of ailments they might have. And just the point of is just nasty and disrespectful. It's like, how disrespectful can you be? Mm-mm. Yeah, she knows some very high-end secrets. And see, this is what's saving her. This is what's keeping her around. She has information, and that information buys her way. But what she don't understand is these people are working together to find a way to slow things down for her. She could really have cost herself this time. You said, see, that's why I rise with Angel said they really want Ivory to fight Tasiki. Listen, all I know is whoever is throwing P need to go fight their demons. Because no ma'am, no sir. I told y'all when they brought baddies to Midwest, it was going to be a mess. I told y'all from that day. Matter of fact, it was a 2-day thing where they had everybody out there auditioning. More people got beat up in line than in the damn audition. Y'all, the audition on the street looked like Leonidas in the 300 fighting the Persians. It was people with doohickeys and scars and missing nails and black eyes everywhere. Wigs rolling down the street. Like, don't bring that to the Midwest. People here grow up fighting. It is a rite of passage. And y'all brought all this drama. Think about this. You got Tasiki on this season with Jaden Alexis. Okay? Jaden Alexis. No matter how she may not talk to Chrisean, she don't like Chrisean. Chrisean is still her sister. The fact that Jaden Alexis signed up for this is crazy to me. Girl, why? Not this show with any Malone. I wouldn't have. Not in her position. Yeah, they may, talk to her about taking a break or just finally put her in a position to where she's going to have less and less camera time. It's like, think about the job where somebody wants to, make you fire yourself. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to fire you so that you can, have claims against them and all this type of thing, but they can devise a way to limit your hours or say, well, such and such don't want to film with you, and then you get less and less camera time because nobody wants you in their storyline. Okay, so let's get you out of here because if I need Jesus, you need him too for being here. So yeah, this is about to be messy, y'all. Just think about that. They brought Stunner Girl back on the same season with Tommy. Now you got to think about the position that Stunner Girl is in. Stunner Girl done told everybody business and spilled tea all across the network, exposed folks, said that Lemon Pepper is possibly just as bad or worse than Diddy. I mean, gave everybody business up because she just knew her network was going to work. So for her to be back, think about the position that her and Tommy are in. They're going to make them make their keep. They're going to make them earn their money the hard way. They're going to have to battle on here. And now, you got Soldier Girl Lord, Soldier Girl. Where the hell I get that from? you got Stunner Girl on here, and she don't have, the husband, the boyfriend, whatever the hell he is. She don't have him anymore. So the movement that she has with these girls is not the same because there's nobody to jump in and balance out the energy anymore. So she really got to be 10 toes in it. Y'all, this is about to be horrible. I'm so glad I don't watch this kind of mess because it's a train accident. See, I always heard that Lemmy was from Detroit, but that proved it because that is a Detroit way of mine. I'll make the two who cause me the most trouble battle it out and eliminate themselves. Yeah. And see, she's not thinking. She's looking at all the blessings, the opportunities coming for her. But y'all, what she don't see coming is the people in corporate are preparing for what could possibly be, legal actions that could come out of this. They're not taking this, lightly because this could have turned into something way worse and it was already, you know, a situation that shouldn't have happened. So, for some of y'all that haven't seen some of these, BB, pow pows, some of them can look very realistic. So just imagine somebody pulling that out and pointing it at you and you don't know that it's not the upgraded version. I'll get you out of here. So, I mean, just think about that. Somebody pulling something out and pointing it to your face and pulling the trigger and you don't know that this isn't, a higher grade firearm because some of them look very similar. That's scary. And they can't let her keep coming in there doing that because guess what? Now all the other girls are going to get, you know, possible, self-defense mechanisms. You can't tell them not to. If this one has brought one in and we know she has the propensity to use it, everybody else has the right to protect themselves. Let's get you out of here. There we go. I see these trolls are active. Come on, Team Bots. Yeah, so she's gonna have to be careful because she's literally put herself into a position to where she is by herself. Okay, she doesn't have any backing. This last stint, people really feel like she took it too far, and she's got people feeling some type of way across the network, not just the show that she's on. It's just crazy though because it's like she keeps getting away with things that are worse and worse and worse each time, and you always wait to see which thing is going to be the thing. But it looks like they're going to put her in a position where she's going to have to prove herself. And after she proves herself, they can collaborate to slow her down because a lot of reality TV will not work with Tommy, and they know that. So unless she's going to start her own network and has the pull and power to do it, she needs to really think about how she behaves on these platforms because it's like everybody is there with the understanding intention to have hand-to-hand combat. Her pulling out stuff is far and beyond what everybody agreed to. Yeah. So her even coming back to be combative and to tell her story, it didn't work out in her behalf. The Four of Cups. People feel how they feel about this situation. A lot of people are turned very sour over this. It's like from the Bobby situation to pulling that pow pow out, she really turned a lot of people against her. They don't want to mess with her at all. Um, yeah, this is bringing back up old feelings that people had. And it's bringing shame, remorse, regret. And notice, these are wine glasses on the Six of Cups. So that also goes back to her long addiction with drinking. We know Tommy loved her wine glass now. Um, People are feeling like her energy and the things that she's been doing is getting out of control, and she's been like this for a very long time. And you got the high priestess over here, like y'all keep trying to, so it feels like it's like somebody keeps trying to quiet the stories or hide the stories or minimize the stories, but it's getting to the point to where it can't be hid anymore. Yeah, we've got, yeah, Five of Swords to the Seven of Pentacles. So this is somebody arguing like, look at what I bring to the table, everything that I've invested in this situation. Yeah, this is weird. This is like, she's arguing like she makes the brand, she makes the show. And she feels like a certain association that she has and certain information that she has is always going to keep her locked in. Like this, remember the end of Scarface where Tony Montana was like, y'all need me, you need me, like you go, off the bad guy, you need me. Like that's the energy I'm getting. Like she is full Scarface, you need me. And at the end of the movie, you remember what happened to Scarface. Scarface got it. He didn't expect it to ever happen, but it did, and it was explosive. She might can go to Now That's TV. Said, I think that Akbar left because of it, and Akbar was almost in tears if you watch the video. So here's the thing, I'm telling y'all, it feels like, it really feels like whatever she had, it looked like the real thing. I've seen the ones that, you put the cartridge in, but it actually looks like, an actual, you know, um, like police standard. Okay, the 9 millimeter. Let's get you out of here, cause baby, you ain't gotta be here either. Yeah, so this is very, very interesting. They don't want to be the ones to get rid of her. They want to use her up and let her crash and burn on camera, allegedly, and let her go out with the bang. And it could be great network television, and then they'll replace her with somebody who'll get it popping for way less, maybe 3 or 4 girls for the price of her. That's the energy that I get. Yeah, the bots are botting tonight. Okay, aloha from Hawaii. Hey. You said I don't watch either, which is why I can't contribute to this discussion. Baby, listen, I don't watch either myself, but I knew it was a major problem when you see somebody like Akbar, like, you know what? I'm going straight to the airport. I'm on my way home. I'm done. Like, she's usually always for the smoke. She's for the regular hood shenanigans. She don't mind the fight, win, lose, or draw. But it feels like this time, that fight was way beyond what it felt like, the real hood shenanigans were supposed to be. And it just gives me the energy of seeing your life flash before your eyes. So I don't know what it looked like, but that's the energy that I got, that it looked like an actual firearm, and it freaked everybody out because they thought that she had really lost it and pulled a real firearm on them, and I couldn't imagine how scary that is. Wow. You said it offset her PTSD. I could imagine, because it feels like it was too real. So, Angel, will you be going over the response paperwork from Tory's lawyer? I can tackle that before we get out of here for sure. I'll save that, for the end. Lone Wolf, that didn't even make sense. If you gonna crack on me, at least be funny. Let's get you out of here. You said, but then again, Akbar got pow pow, so that's why she left. Um, just to think, if that's something that really happens to you, if you've been through that, I could see something like that giving you, a flashback, PTSD, feeling like you're back in that moment. So that would be messed up for sure. Just point blank, period. It's something that should have never happened. It's something that she should have never been allowed to do on set because it was just too far. Like, that's beyond antics. It's like it's nothing about that that's really entertaining, because if you're at home watching this, you don't know, depending on how that, piece she had look. You don't know if that's real or not, especially if the people in the room don't know. So it's really sadistic that she thought of that. You said, what do you think about the firing the fire in Maui, the 200 missing children? I thought it was way more. Wait a minute, Maui, California, it's a new one. They gotta stop trying to cover up missing children with fires, because it seems like that's happening very often. So can you look into Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams' true feelings about Camel being exposed? Baby, they got way bigger things to be concerned about. I will tell you this. Michelle is finally in a place to where she's comfortable being Michelle. She went through a lot, and it seemed like a lot of people around her really just didn't care. So I'm just happy that she's in a place to where she's comfortable, because when you vibrate a certain way, when you actually tap into God, you can't just be around any type of energy, because it's very draining. And I don't think she understood that that was part of the bigger problem. Things that she was around and exposed to, but she's finally in a comfortable place. He said, hey, Angel, can you tap into CPS being called on Cardi? I can tap into that one. Said, Tommy's excuse was she felt threatened. You know what? Tommy's full of it. She's full of it for sure. If you felt threatened, okay, first thing first, you knew where you were going. You knew what you signed up for. You know what the job entails. So when did you start feeling so threatened at this job and by the activity at work? This has been your life for years. When did you get threatened? Said, Angel, did you see the owner of the Abercrombie and Finch go to jail? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Y'all, I told y'all this is just the beginning. Hey, Cass. Oh, don't even be sorry. It's 8:30. It's still early. Let me go back to the last request. CPS being called on Cardi. Okay, let me pick another deck. Interesting enough, that situation with Cardi, I felt for her to a certain extent, but it was the same reason why it kind of got on my nerves. It's like, baby girl, you're in a hospital. Heal and recuperate. Please get off the phone. That's one. Two, you are threatening to harm people, which makes it premeditated. You just got out of trouble with another case where people were harmed. That's not smart. You're telling us how many security guards you have and where they are in the house at all times. That's not smart. That's information we should never have. We should never know. Recuperate, get yourself back together, and get home to those babies. But you can't do that if you stay on the phone talking to us on live. It's okay to be human for a minute. Be Belle Khalifa for a minute. Don't worry about being Cardi B. It's time to just heal and prepare yourself, because, honey, they're about to work Cardi B harder than she has ever worked in her career. Because this new regime over there, they want a return off of her, one way or the other. So they're gonna make sure she works. Alrighty. CPS being called to Cardi's house. CPS being called to Cardi's house. Okay, that's interesting. So, Lovers represents choice, and it also represents Gemini. So I don't know if this is a Gemini that collaborated against her, or up to 3 people. The main person is an air sign. Yeah, it's definitely not popping over there right now. There is a lot of turmoil, a lot of fighting behind the scenes. Um, yeah, 7 of Pentacles, the 3 of Pentacles. So somebody definitely invested a lot into this, and it didn't turn up anything. They didn't get anything out of it. That's messed up. I don't care how you feel. Leave the babies out of it. You don't mess with people's children. So can I tap into YSL Woody and Charleston White? Baby, I'm not tapping into both of them. That's dumb as hell. One of them has smart moments. The other one just don't care. They have no reason to argue with each other outside of boosting each other's marketability. They're they're not even really in the same lane for real. Said, were there any updates from the AG regarding Tory's case? We're gonna get into that in a moment. I'm gonna save that one for the last one. Yeah, they when I tell you they got a lot of mess going on over here, this is not going to be a clean, clear-cut divorce, okay? It's going to get to the point to where they're well, it's there now to where it's a hard line between what's the PR and what's real life. But this looks like real life is going to end up being used for PR, because this is going to be a nasty, tumultuous divorce. This is not going to be easy. And for Cardi's best interest, it probably best if she starts saying less, especially when it comes to personal situations. Excuse me. Yeah. So somebody could possibly offer to come forward with the truth. I don't know why I just heard full disclosure. So okay, what is that? Knight of Pentacles was trying to jump out. So she has offers coming in that's going to bring her money, but it's like there's going to be a really back and forth. you know, even being defensive with, you know, paying the price. Like the way people were way more excited to buy into her brand before, they're going to kind of like budget what they want to spend on her now. Not that they can't, but it's just like, is it well, what's her market rate now type energy versus, well, she's an international superstar, you got to pay it. So the energy is very different. And it feels like that's why she's going to have to do more work than usual, because people are going to pay, but they're not going to want to pay what they used to pay. And yeah, when I tell you this is about to get messy, the information that's going to come out between the both of them for this divorce, all the different options, the different people that he was sleeping with, things that she has going on. She's really gonna have to get better with not being transparent on certain things, because they're gonna be able to use it against her in a court of law. And it's unfortunate because there's children involved. So if she doesn't watch it, you see this hangman in reverse and the moon. If she doesn't watch it, this is going to be just what Offset needs, okay? And this will give him an advantage in court. So I'm gonna just leave it there. I do see that somebody is concerned about the children, but that whoever it is that's concerned about the children has nothing to do with whoever called. The people who called, they were being spiteful. They didn't find anything out of order that they can use against her, but it's put her in hot water to where she can't afford to have any, follow-up mishaps or anything. It's like somebody's putting her on a tightrope to where she has to produce. That's what it is, y'all. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. They're putting her in a position to where she has no choice but to work. If that makes sense to y'all. She has no choice but to work. She can't make a misstep. Said, I was just reading her cancellations on the Music Fest. Her fans posting have no external engagements. Even the hotties ignored them. Wow. Yeah, I saw that she canceled the festival. What is this? Said Cardi left Offset and sold there. Baby, ain't nothing sold yet. Those houses are tied up in litigation. They have separate homes. They just have multiple properties. Um, some of this feels above the family, y'all. And if Cardi's not careful, it could work out for Offset and his family. So she's going to have to really, really be cautious about the things she says in her lives and how she, the things she posts. Because, like, right now, everything's under the microscope. IRS raided their apartment. Let me move forward. Said Atlantic see her everywhere but the studio. Damn. I think I heard somebody make a comment like that before. So if it's true, maybe it was Offset's sister. I already read that. So Angel, remember you said that she needed to rest after childbirth. Now look, she is sick. Yeah. Um, Childbirth is very, very serious. Like when you give birth to a child, you come close to passing away. I don't care how healthy you are, your internal organs have to heal. Things have to go back to the place where they were before. You got a lot of internal swelling, you got bleeding, you got a lot going on, and it doesn't just heal like that. That's why they tell you, 6 to 8 weeks. Some people need longer than the 8 weeks to recuperate, and that's okay. But to just pop back up and get out here and run around when your body hasn't healed yet is dangerous. So yeah, I hope that she, somebody gets her phone or she just decides to put the phone down and rest. Because right now, talking to the fans, they can wait. Heal. Take all the time you need to and heal. Said actually healing after childbirth takes a year. Well, it depends on the person. It really depends on the person. Um, some people can heal fast, but it definitely can take up to a year because all these different organs in your body are pushed in different places. You got swelling, you got all types of things. The hormones have to come back to where they need to be. Like your whole body is out of whack. Yeah, so sometimes longer when you're older having kids. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So what about her WAP currency case? I haven't heard anything about it in a while. He said my mama said it took 8 months to completely heal. It's no joke. Every woman's healing period is different. Um, some women can get back up after 6 to 8 weeks and be right back into the swing of things. Other women, depending on postpartum and if they heal slower, you just don't know because the postpartum from the hormones itself is hard to deal with. You said your aunt was blessed with triplets. She needed a year and a half. Baby, with triplets, she needed more than that. Goodness gracious. I would be done. Triplets, that's it. I just hope that enough young women paid attention because if you don't take the time to heal, your body is going to take the time without you. Said, can you see if Henny is mad and about to go passing her up in sales? She ain't passing nobody up in sales. I can tell you that right now. Um, she's probably mad that Glow passed her up, but Glow actually did the work. Glow been out here hustling. She's been in the top 10 consistently. She deserved that and more. Said it's sad that the workforce only gives 6 weeks. That's nothing. Yeah, it is sad because other countries they'll give maternity leave up to a year, depending on what country, or they'll let one parent stay home. Said I took a year off work when I had twins and my body needed it. I could just imagine, along with the adjustment of having to have the twins. Like children are small, they need you close. They need as much skin on skin contact as they can possibly get when they're small. And the way that a lot of these daycares are set up, I don't trust putting a child with anybody if they can't talk to you and tell you about what's going on. So I commend women who stay home with their children because there's just a lot going on out here. A lot of weirdos. Hold on, let's see what you said. Oh, said I had a C-section and it took me a while to recover. I could imagine. Says, how do Henny and Cardi feel about Glorilla? Is she taking their place? Well, she definitely took Henny's place already. But I can ask. Um, yeah, I said when you have a baby, you have to take, what is that? You have to take your own time off and quit the job because they sure want you back in 6 weeks in the U.S. Yeah, it's sad. And 6 weeks for a lot of people is not enough time. And then you got the separation anxiety of trusting somebody with your small baby. And so I actually feel very sad for her newborn because she is everywhere, even when it's fashion week with the body of an, oh, so with that baby was a newborn. Yeah. um I wouldn't even want to be around that many people, just, just with germs and all of that, because you want to keep that infant safe as long as you possibly can because their immune system is still developing. Ooh wee, twin boys. My hat's off to you, honey. Said, I wonder how this new mixtape album of Henny's is going to do. Um, I don't know who's working with her branding. It's to the point for me to where it's just not clear. It's not concise what her brand is. You put out a picture of you writing across a CD, which gives us that old school 90s, early 2000s vibe. So I'm like, okay, the mixtape cover feels like the Timu version of No Limit. It's like, so are you back in the 90s as a butterfly? Like, that's going to possibly go back in the cocoon and become a snake? Like, what's happening? I'm confused. You said the postpartum and the hormone change, 6 weeks is definitely not enough. I agree. Said Rat Nation are really messing with Henny. Her old label knew what to do with her. I don't even think it was her old label, so to speak. You got to remember when Megan's mother was alive and well, she coached her on how to ride the beat and how to use her voice. Her music was way better when her mother was working with her in the studio. Now that she's working by herself, she kind of gets like stuck in this patch to where her cadence is extremely repetitive. So it just, after a while, it feels like listening to the same flow no matter what the beat is. So she's got to learn to use her inflections to switch it up. People said that her writing on the CD looked like Sweetie. Oh my God. Says, don't she have a guardian? Nobody's ever contested that. Shout out to Millie over there at Mob Radio. She broke that. Her friend, I want to say, what's her name? Jayla. I think that's the friend. She was the one that told Millie that T. Ferris is her guardian because it was rumored that those two were, hooking up with each other back then, and she was saying that that wasn't possible because he was her guardian. So yeah, but let's tap in. How does Meg feel about Glow outselling her? How does Meg feel about Glow outselling her? Okay, so interesting. Knight of Pentacles is the first card that comes out. Um, that's messed up because that's like Knight of Pentacles is like things are steady, but it's not moving in the pace that you need it to move. So it's like the energy is like she's acknowledging that her sales are not as high as they should be, that she's not grossing what she should be. Okay, so we've got the Star card here, which represents the Aquarius girl. The spirit guides came right out damn staple. They said that the girl is broken. They identified her. Three of Swords. So she's not going to say it publicly, y'all, but I don't see this being a happy friend. What y'all say? Say Holly was to Henny, was Safari was to Nikki, and both their absences are noticed. Ooh wee. Say Angel, I caught Safari's live, and he's good with words and nuances off topic, you know. Now, I'm glad that you said that, especially after what Cash just said. He is excellent when it comes to switching your cadence and your vernacular. He studied the five elements. Any style of flow, he's a student of it. So that's a great comparison also as well between him and Holly, because Holly definitely had the flow, but Megan had the look. So it's interesting when she talked about her mom, she talks about her mom more like a gangster rapper. So I want to see if she actually plays some of her mother's music, because to me it's a disservice if she keeps talking about her mom's music and her mom's pen and nobody ever gets to experience her mother's music. We need to see who was the influence behind Make It Hot and Tina Snow, because to me that was the best music. Taylor Mercedes, nobody said anything about wrote anything for Nikki. We are talking about flow, cadence, and inflections. That has nothing to do with writing, sweetheart. Well, they made sure that we didn't hear her mother's music, and maybe that was on purpose because she could have still been performing music from her mother. We would never know that if we haven't heard her mother's body of work. She could have been refurbishing music from her mother for a while. We don't know. But I will tell you this, when her mother was around, her mother did help to pull the best out of her. And what that is artist development. Artists don't have that anymore. And you could tell who didn't have artist development because they fizzle out. Yeah, several of you saying you have yet to hear anything from her mom. I'm telling y'all, it's like they blocked her mom's sound and influence from all platforms. I'm gonna tell you what else is interesting. When her mother was rapping, she was also rapping with George Floyd. He went by the name Big Floyd, and Big Floyd was popular when he was rapping. You can't find Big Floyd's music either. So I find that to be very peculiar that not only is her mother's music hard to find, it's even harder to find music from Big Floyd. Like, you'll find feature music from other artists, but his actual project is, I don't know. And for me, it's like, for what happened to George Floyd and your mother actually knew him, she never once said a RIP to the man or anything. And it's like, this isn't just a man on TV for you. Your mother, was around this man before. Let's see, her own identity is being erased by Rat Nation, as well as they removed the horse and gave it to Bay. How is she now a snake butterfly? I wish I could answer that question for you, because it's a snake butterfly slash temptress slash um, majorette. Baby, I don't know. Said I Googled her mom, nothing. This doesn't help her accusation of being a liar. Whoever her PR team is need to tell her to stop mentioning her mom when it comes to rapping. Yeah, that's why I said it's kind of crazy to me, because I hope for her sake with this documentary that she actually allows people to hear her mother. For me, when Millie played the album and we listened to it, the first thing that I thought about when I heard the Pimp C and the UGK song she had, it's like, why didn't you have Pimp C and your mother on the same track? That would have been crazy to hear the idol that you're the female version of and the female that taught you how to flow on the same song together. That to me would have had a huge sentimental value, and it would have been dope. It feels kind of strange after Club Shay Shay with her mentioning her mom, because you mention your mom in conjunction with Little Kim, only to avoid mentioning being inspired by Nicki. That still rubs me the wrong way. It's like your mother deserves better than that. You should have, it shouldn't take you avoiding another person to mention your mom. Yeah. So you've got somebody around her that, their intuition, like they've been trying to warn her about the things that she doesn't see. Um, I'm telling y'all, Glorilla outselling her knocked the wind out of her sails, allegedly. It's like she was shocked. In her own way, she knew that it was possible, though, because Glow just has been on a winning streak. But yeah, she now it's like it's sinking in, and this hurts. And I'm gonna tell you why. This is only part of it, y'all. This week, Henny and Bay fell out of the top 200. They are no longer trending on Billboard's top 200, which means they are no longer on the charts. Okay? So, this new rendition, this mixtape album slash, I'm confused, y'all. It's like slash Asian 90s grunge. I don't even know how to describe what this is. But this new version, it's not going to get her what she wants. I don't see Act 2 helping her much. If anything, Act 2 feels like a career nail in the casket. Why? Angels, why? She's going to say something that's inflammatory. It could possibly be something that's, it could possibly be something that's geared towards someone's family. Um, yeah. Seven of Cups, Eight of Cups. Yeah, whatever she was saying, it's, I'm going to just tell you like this. If she puts his out, the unedited version, the one that wasn't streamlined. She's going to start a war that she can't win and she shouldn't even show up to, because I feel like there's some more low blows that has to do with Nicki's family, and it's not going to fare well. Um, so we're looking at this. This is literally it's going to be a hangman to her financially. This definitely feels like she could be running out of money. You said hope is Nicki so we can get Bigfoot too. Um, all I can tell you is it'd be best if she doesn't put out this unredacted version, because it seems like she's going to start a war. And nobody's going to be able to feel sorry for her, because it's like you keep poking at the bear. Now people are waiting and waiting and waiting. It's like, okay, when is the bear finally going to get tired? Yeah. She could possibly go back, you know, could have made more comments about her family situation in the law. Um, so the Megan's Law line actually could be what was streamlined. It possibly was more to that when it comes to her family and the law. Now I see why my spirit guide said that Nicki's going to unlock a whole new character. Yeah, and it's like the hope of doing this is so that it can, get her back on the charts, possibly get her another number one, get some money in her pocket, because it looks like she's about to start having financial issues if she can't get more money to stream in. And it's a problem because remember, she's supposed to be independent. So they're treating her like she's independent and making her spend her own money. So this is definitely a clout chase to make money, to get some sales. It's like I'll mention Nicki and people will, the streams will go crazy. I'll get back on the charts. I'll get the numbers. Um, Not only do I not see her selling out Glorilla without assistance, and y'all know what I mean by assistance, I see this being really bad for her. This would be a bad decision if she puts out the unredacted version of his. So don't be surprised if they try to do a song between her and Beyonce at this moment to help bring stability, not just to her, but to the company, because it's like they need to make their money back off of her by any means necessary. So they may more so want to put, because I feel like there could have been a Beyonce, there could have been talks of doing another song with Beyonce to boost both of their numbers right now. But somebody's pulling back. Why are they pulling back from her? Mm-mm. Yeah, they're in the valley of indecision. Look at this. Two of coins, two of wands. They need to make a choice. That's like a hot potato. They're juggling this situation because it's like somebody's intuition here is telling them that this isn't going to be a good look. They don't expect good numbers for this. This is not the energy that I'm seeing. You said Bay has bigger fish to fry, she knows. Yeah, they're gonna pass on doing the song between her and Beyonce. Don't be surprised if they go with a bigger name that's already signed to the company, um, just to avoid whatever is to come. Because it's like, y'all got to remember, is Jay and Bay both being investigated right now. So they just don't want to, through association at all. They don't want to be attached to anybody else that could, bring a wandering eye over to start speculating anything right now. Yeah, you've got the Page of Wands, which represents new actions, new activities. This is falling under the Five of Wands. So after this firestorm, it's like they're fighting to find a new way to push her back into the market because she's independent. And then they're looking at how much gets spent on legal fees. And this is becoming a hangman because it's not enough to go round, allegedly. So this really is a last ditch attempt. They gotta make something shake. And the Hermit, yeah, they about to leave her hanging. They're about to leave her hanging. She's about to learn like two the hard way. Look at this. Justice and Five of Pentacles. She's going to lose a lot of money to court cases, legal fees, and this album is not going to generate enough money to help her with a lot of the things that she has going on. The album is definitely not going to do it. She's going to have to make her money from doing shows and endorsements. This album is not going to help. So let me see what y'all saying. Said Nikki should just give her 2 weeks and pounce. I agree. I wouldn't say a word during that week of tracking. I would let her trend on her own. I actually gave this idea to somebody earlier, y'all. I think that, since she's so good with getting everyone on Station Head, she's really, really interactive with Station Head. I think what she needs to do after the song, makes its placement, I think she needs to call a gag council together where, everybody sits and reviews the lines and talks about, the unredacted version. And then she should surprise everybody at midnight with her rebuttal to it and have all the Barbs stream and purchase that single to get it number one by the next week. So no matter what you do, you won't be number one 2 weeks in a row. But that's just me. But I don't see any number ones coming out of this relaunch, re-upload, whatever you want to call it. This I don't see this turning into, a good thing. To know that the original version is not even on the 200s anymore, and you're rehashing an album that is no longer charting. That's ugly. Say yes, that would be so smart. Says she's into music but makes money everywhere else but the music. Um, it's to the point to where it has to be. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. Pure sales are not what they used to be. Streaming messed up a lot of money for artists because it made it too easy for people to get hold of, your art without paying a proper price for it. So the money that artists made before versus what they make now due to streaming, huge contrast. So just for that alone, it would be hard for her to survive off of the streaming, but it's looking like the way that her album has peaked. It's also going to be hard for her when it comes to getting contracts for advertising and endorsements, because you're your own first endorsement. That album literally only spent 15 weeks in the top 200. I want y'all to understand that. So 15 weeks is what? Just over 3 months. The album came and went. It was literally in the top 200 for just over 3 months. That's crazy. Said, ooh, what you say? A nice filthy read session like Kaya. That is something to tune into. Baby, listen. Folks laugh at Kaya and they try Kaya all the time. They always want to tell her she's a one-hit wonder. But here's the one thing that they can't say. That hit didn't stick. If you go look at how many streams Kaya still gets today, and how many times that single, let alone that album, has been sold, that single has made her life very comfortable. And she may not be out here in designer stuff or whatnot, but she ain't struggling at all. That hit is still paying Kaya. It's being sampled several times a year with her voice in it, not just people, you know, doing a, what do you call it? Extrapolation of the beat. They're always sampling it with the chorus with her voice, which is also giving her money for a performance. So that one hit is doing her damn good. That one hit is sold more than some people's whole entire catalogs. So just imagine, somebody having one hit, but that one hit probably has like 60, 70 million streams. So Angel Megan ain't get nothing. Not with Gaga releasing her. Oh wow, Gaga release is coming back on the same day this Friday. Then Tyler Creator release Tuesday. Then Glow and Rod Wave got people's ears right now. Yeah, Glow, and that's interesting. Glow and Rod Wave, I believe their albums dropped the same day too. Yeah, it said My Neck, My Back was classic. See, I didn't know that I don't even know why she would drop anything the same week as Gaga at all. That's crazy. But Gaga and Tyler, the Creator, y'all, you see what I mean? I just told y'all the album is not going to get her the numbers that she thinks it should get. It's not going to, I don't see it without assistance. I do not see this album doing any numbers close to what she already has done and Glow's numbers unless there is some kind of push. I don't see it. What do you mean? How is my neck, Ralph? Said Angel, can you look into the YSL trial? What's going to happen? I told y'all they're gonna do a mistrial. I don't know why they're dragging it on so long. Yep, said Sympathy and Payola. Baby. Well, I don't know how well Sympathy is gonna work for her. Janice Coleman, she done stole the Sympathy wig and wore it down to the court. So I don't know if she can wear that wig to court. Y'all listen. Janice Combs went to that courthouse dressed like JoJo Dancer. You could not tell me that woman was not ready to make her grand re-debut for Soul Train. Like, they had to tell her that they were on their way to Happy Hour. It is no way possible that they looked at her, saw her attire, and said, that is perfect for court. It's no way. I'm telling you right now, she looked like she was on her way to a place that had an old nasty fish fry and dollar shots. It's no way you can tell me she dressed like that on purpose, unless the outfit she had on before that was so, zhuzhed up that they settled for that one. Like that whole entire get up, I'm telling you, she looked like she was ready to be a extra on the Wiz, the adult version. Like, this is not the right outfit to wear to court, Miss Ma'am, when your son is being charged of being inappropriate and trafficking. You look like the traffic. You don't come to court looking like you got stuck in traffic. So speaking of sympathy and payola, did you see Botch crashing out while she was in the hospital? Yeah, I just spoke about that right before you came on. I wish her well, and I hope that she heals. She need to put that phone down and focus on just resting and healing. So her Diddy's kids reunited. Um, I only speak on the ones that are adults. Yeah, they got a lot of worries going on. Names have been put in civil suits. Um, their daddy getting so many lawsuits. By the time he actually makes it to court next spring, they could be broke because he keep losing these lawsuits. Did Chrisean ex-friend steal her money while she was in jail? That's all bad. Circumstances never matter. Don't you laugh like that. She did look like an extra from the Wiz, the adult edition. Like, why did you go to court like that? Said Offset might get alimony and child support. She keeps bragging how rich she is. I've been thinking that the whole time because she keeps saying that he's a great father. And then we keep seeing her behave like this. So she's saying he's a great father. All of that goes into account with the court. Said it's like Quincy is trying to protect the family. Quincy's a sweetheart. He really is. He's a lovable guy. It's just he's in a very toxic, chaotic environment and family. Said Janet's sympathy wig needed water, oil, prayers, and dreams. I told you where she got it from. She's like, Henny girl, come here. Let me get that. I'm ready to go to court now. Like, that's like, girl, wait a minute now. Hold on. That I see some interesting things down to the court, but you got a better advantage than most people. You shouldn't have worn that. Not that. So Angel, where's that man come from that's claiming Junior his child? Honey, I don't pay that mess no attention. I haven't kept up with them in a while. If you think about it, Junior has had multiple people saying that they could possibly be the daddy since he was first born. And all I'm going to go by is that DNA diagnostic test that they took. That is a reputable test that says that Jonathan Porter is the father. Wow, Ralph, let's get you out of here because you need something and not from me. Said, is Quincy really supporting Diddy or is he low-key helping the case against him? Shoot, I mean, they don't need him to help with the case against him. Y'all gotta understand this is a catch-22. Diddy has put, you know, everybody whose career that he's been a part of, he's put their career in some very interesting places. When everybody wanted to hire Quincy, they wanted to put him in shows, they wanted to, bring him in as an actor. Puffy really acted a nut and made him lose a lot of jobs. So it's like now you've handicapped him where he has to be under your thumb. with your assistance, and he can't work the way that he used to. So you got to think about, that's a lot. Like, he's got to learn how to, you know, navigate without Puffy being there. He's got to figure out what is he going to do with his life in case he doesn't come back. And then you have the girls. The girls still need somebody to help rear them, because it's like them and Christian, you might as well say they don't have any parents now. You know what? The whole thing with why the baby got so many daddies, that might, at this point, so many people are desperate to be on these apps, to be on these shows. I don't put anything past anybody. Says Suge Knight named the cloves of David. Mm. What the hell kind of comment is that? You would be a beautiful man. Well, you mean I would look like my brother? Thank you. Oh, so Sean ex friend had had a lot to say about her. Wait a minute. Says she had a lot to say about her little junior condition and how she made them do things, which to me is insane. I never listened to her full rant, but I can tap in about the money. John, let's get you out of here because you just transitioned into an idiot. How about that? Uh, that exact is definitely someone who has ties to the diddler. So I told y'all some very expensive, extensive names were going to be called to the table and exposed for a lot of the same thing that he's doing. Y'all, this, I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. 2025 is, there's going to be so many court trials and so many indictments. There was just a an athlete that they're saying in a lawsuit they helped a jeweler to get out of his house because he assaulted that man in the office during a business meeting. And the athlete helped that man after being assaulted to leave. Sylvia, I told you I didn't see any proof about that. So until I see any proof on that, I'm not touching that. When I tapped into that energy, the energy that I saw that's prominent that makes the difference is Janice Combs. And that's where his issues start, and that's why he's the way he is. Would you say Mystic? Said I knew it. Said it is a group like four of them for that company. Yeah, it's, yeah, I'm telling y'all, he really is going to take some people down with him, but he's, all they're going to do is they're going to get rid of people who they feel like they have no use for. Um, hey, you got to break a couple of eggs to make an omelet type energy. And the people who are going to keep the system going, you're not going to see them. They're going to stay a hidden hand. They're going to have to find a new way to operate, a new way to maneuver. And all of that is going to happen, but they have to, you know, they have to give the community somebody. No Cap, why are you here? Alrighty, angel, spirit guides, and ancestors. Did Chrisean's friend steal $60,000 from her? Did Chrisean's friend steal $60,000 from her? So the moon card came out trying. Something is about to be discovered, excuse me, about what happened with this money. It's like they don't have enough proof, enough evidence of something to figure out who did this. I keep saying this, Chrisean needs to be very, very careful because she has some very, and I mean some very, very high-end enemies. Okay, some people that are very high up that are tied into trying to mess with her money. Yeah, they definitely want to cut her financial stability off. So, y'all, it's like it's many attempts that are being done. It's not just one person taking money from her. It's like this is orchestrated. It feels like they send people in and they know that she's too trusting. She gets comfortable and they send people to her that help to mess with her abundance, to separate her from her money. Hey, justice for us. Yeah, this doesn't feel like this is just one person that clipped her. It's like Chrisean need to clean her circle, and I've said this before. She needs to stay sober, and she needs to clean out her circle. Whoever she had living with her, she needs them out the house. She needs to really, really focus on what's going to work to help her clean up her life, not just her image. Because I got a while ago, even with the addiction, she had people around her that may have allegedly been grooming her into addiction. They made sure that, she kept a certain substance. They made sure she stayed in a certain energy because it made her easier to control. It made it easier to get next to information she had. Um, because I get that when she gets to a certain state, she can be very, very trusting. She's a person who will give, even if she ain't got it in certain extents. It's an interesting thing with her because you'll feel like she's bipolar because she'll give because she doesn't like the idea of people not having, but at the same token, the people that she should cut off are the people that she gives too much to. And these people have been taking advantage of her for a while, but they were there the whole time to chip away from her. The whole entire time they were sent in. These people watched her. These people, you know, siphon off of her. That's the right way to say it. They would siphon off of her. Oh, you naming names. No cap. I done finally reached my limit with you. Let me get you out of here. There you go. You said Jay, Marsh, and Kyrie. Um, I'm not gonna even say that they were, like the biggest problem. But what I will say is this, and this is something that I've been saying with Chrisean. Chrisean got to realize she can't save everybody else. her main focus and concern is Junior and doing what she needs to do in proper alignment for Junior. You can't help your sisters with their children and their boyfriends. Her mother, as bad as she wants to help her, mom needs to go to rehab. You can't help her until she wants to help herself. So she's going to have to really separate from people that she considers friends and family to focus on her and Junior. Would you say Kari was mad that she changed her phone number and not talking to them? Well, I think she's starting to understand that, what I said. I've been telling y'all, like, the snakes are in the house. There was somebody that was very close to her who was causing her issues that literally was in the house. They were in her circle. Everybody that she needed to worry about that was against her was literally supposed to be rocking with her. They were in her circle. They were in her house. Okay, you said she put them out her house. That's a good thing. I mean, they had a good ride. They were in her house the whole time she was locked up. You said that damn wig was cocked to the side. Ooh wee. Yeah, I do see her popping out. Chrisean taking a leap of faith, and she wants to, bring a lot of things to rest with, stories that are coming out, things that have been said, get the truth underway. But I think that she needs to be very cautious about what she says right now, because these people around her are desperate. And desperate people will really go to desperate measures. So you don't know what people will do when it comes to selling a story, when it comes to exposing information that could make it not safe for you to move around. When somebody used to be your girl, allegedly, and then they get mad and they know how you move and they know the things you do, and you might end up getting set up. Like, she needs to be careful of that type of energy, because there were a lot of benefits, a lot of accoutrements to being around her. Access to things that some of them didn't have. I won't say all of them. Some of them didn't have. And due to, not being able to be in that winner's circle, because these are people that just didn't have that energy. They didn't have what people wanted. Now they're out of contention for, people caring enough about them if they're doing whatever they got to do, and it has nothing to do with them talking about Chrisean. So think about, how will these people go viral? How will they get somebody to watch them? How will they turn this into money? Where is the profit if you can't get people to come to you without speaking about Chrisean? They haven't figured that out yet. It's like, when you talk about Sean, numbers up here. When you talk about you, not so much. Which I think that, anybody who builds a platform should be willing to take the time to naturally build the numbers up. Because those are the people that really deal with you. They really like you. Oh, Lord have mercy. Somebody spent good money on the bots they sent me this time. Let's see. Yeah, there's going to be some truth coming out. New direction that Chrisean is going in. So it looks like, Chrisean really is looking at the truth about things, looking at the truth about her life, looking at the truth about the people that are around her. And she's making the hard decision to make change, whether she wanted to or not, because her back is against the wall. This is forcing her to clean up her life, clean up her behavior, think about the people that she associates with. How is that going to fare for her? You know, how would that affect her brand? How would that affect her legally? Like, she's taking things into account that maybe, you know, some of us would have looked at, you know, a lot earlier and said, you know, well, it's not good to move around like that or to be in certain situations and certain places. All those things may not have mattered as much before, but they matter now. And her being away from Junior really, really, really put her in a place to where she knew, you know, when I come home, things can't be the same. This stuff has to change. Yeah, because it's an unrequited offer. Look, people being sneaky, people backdooring her. She's realizing that she's been backdoored this whole time, right? She's looking at the truth about, you know, the people who backdoored her, the people who betrayed her. So it's like she's had multiple situations where stuff has come up missing, and I don't think she's said anything about, you know, the other situations, because it's either been, you know, maybe it hurts to know that people close to you are taking advantage of you and they think you don't know any better, or not being sure exactly who was doing it, but having an idea, an inkling when people think you didn't know any better. And said, I hope everything goes well for her November 8th. Yeah, so I see her moving forward towards victory, and it's going to bring her financial wellness. It's going to bring her stability. Um, it's kind of interesting. Who would have thought Chrisean and Glorilla would be going back and forth in gospel? For those of y'all that don't know, Glorilla got a #1 single with her gospel song on her album. She literally got a #1 gospel single. Like, who saw that coming for 2024? So not only did she have the highest charting female rap album for this year, because Nicki came out last year, um, she charted #1 in gospel. So look at that. Chrisean and Glorilla are gonna literally be competitors in gospel music. I tell you, you never know the difference a day will make. So I'm seeing Seven of Swords to the Ace of Pentacles. She's been backdoored over money more than once. So if we're answering the question, did her friend allegedly steal her money? I don't know if that friend did, but I will tell you this. She's had several people conspiring against her for money. And somebody planned to really, really get her big time. So I will tell you this. Don't know if that was that person in particular, but somebody definitely got her for a large amount of money. Ace of Pentacles, they hit a lick. But like I said, desperate measures. If you know that there's a chance that Chrisean might not have it, you know that the gravy train is coming to an end, somebody might want to pad their pockets on the way out the door because they don't know, you know, how things are going to go for them, you know, once they have to walk away from a situation. So whoever took this money, because you got the high priestess here, it's high secrecy why they took this money. This person who wanted to bring arrest, I don't think they knew that messages got back to her while she was locked up, okay, while she was in arrest about this money. Even the reason why they took the money, she'd be surprised. But like I said, if it wasn't that person, she definitely got ripped off. She got robbed of her finances for sure. And it looks like this is why she came home and started cutting people off. Yeah. See, these people tried her. Whoever these people are, they thought that it was over for Chrisean, that she was going to lose this legal battle, and that was going to be a tower for them. It was going to be a disaster. People thought that, hey, she's done for. She caught a case. They thought she wasn't coming home, y'all. They had no faith in her coming home. This feels like this literally happened while she was locked up. That's even more messed up. Like, why would you want to take her money if you think she's not coming home when you know somebody got to take care of Junior and you don't want to do it? Yeah. Y'all, whoever is involved in this, especially if it's a couple who's supposed to be soulmates, folks are fighting over this. I don't think it was supposed to get out who may have possibly done this. And somebody's worried because they definitely didn't want the truth to get out. Yeah, the truth coming out is a tower. Here it is. See, they wanted a tower for Chrisean. Chrisean is a Pisces, so she's definitely a Queen of Cups. They wanted a tower for Chrisean, but the truth coming out ended up being a tower for them. I'm telling you, y'all, they planned on wiping Chrisean out while she was locked up. They had no idea that she would come home. They had no faith in it. They were told that she was done. And I'm saying told because that Four of Swords card, which is the card of rest, in the very top corner of that card is a Knight of Swords rushing in. That's somebody rushing in with a message. So the message came to her. Somebody slid her a kite or something. Somebody got to Chrisean while she was while she was locked up. And they put her up on game on what was going on out in the free world while she was locked up. And it put a little fire under her. It made her understand how serious this was. Okay, I'm really dealing with real snakes here. I'm really dealing with some people that don't care about me, let alone Junior. So this was like, when I say this was a hard, dark night of the soul, it's like this unfortunate situation was what Chrisean needed to get in gear to get her life together. You said that's still involving the baby. Brea, she's right. I don't tap into anybody that's under 18. The only way that I will read someone that's under 18 if it's a missing persons or a cold case. I don't tap into children. Yeah, I'm glad she came home and got those snakes out of her house too. Because what I'm seeing here is somebody really geeked up the story that she's about to do a long bid. I'm hearing 8 to 10. She's going to do 8 to 10. So, she out of here for a decade. Like, whoever this was is somebody who depended on Chrisean's presence. And they felt like if she was going to do a bid and she was not going to be able to come home and pay those bills, and they couldn't afford to live that type of life without her, they was going to get it while the getting was good. You ain't coming home. I got to eat. So sorry for you, but boom, run this, which is messed up. Say God bless her. I wish her well because I really do like Chrisean. She's just misguided and needs someone to guide her. Yeah, I mean, she grew up in a toxic environment, a very toxic family. So a lot of things that people think she should know, she's learning now. So what finally made Janet speak and go on this rant? I had to think like Janet. They call her Jan. Sorry about that. Um, that's an interesting question. Why did Jan speak? Allegedly, somebody may have felt guilty because judgment represents a final judgment. This is somebody knowing that it's a wrap. You're done. This is Gabriel blowing his horn. This is, Gabriel gets orders from God to cut, to blow his horn because they're going to separate the sinners from the saints. So she felt convicted. Her soul was vexed. This is crazy. And you know what? It's kind of interesting because shout out to the big homie God. He will show you your enemies. When you get to praying and you want to see the truth about the people around you, he'll put them in a position to where they can't even fight it. It comes out. They have to reveal themselves. The energy that's on them, they have to show you who they really are. Every actor breaks character at least once. At least once. I don't care how fake you are. You could be fake your whole life. One good time, somebody gonna see the truth about you. That's all they need. Oh, I thank you, Dolly Vlogs. Said, and allegedly she brought her best friend a Tesla with the money to win him back. Girl, what? What is with these new females where they feel like they got to purchase men's attention? You just 13. Well, you need to be out of here because this show is for 18 and older. This is not for children. There you go. Y'all, this is so messed up. I don't know which one is dumber. To take the money in the first place or to literally throw it away on a man that probably won't know you by Valentine's Day. Yeah, I said, dude, these new girls must be listening to this incel men don't lie. I don't know who the hell they listening to, but they pimping in reverse. Like you showing up handing over the cookie jar and the money. I don't know who taught y'all how to do it. This is not how the oldest profession of all time works. Unless the guys are the ones that, you know, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that is the thing. Maybe women are tricking off on dudes and dudes are the new sugar babies. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know. It ain't my thing. It's not what I'm going to do. But damn, you going to catch a case to trick on a dude. Whoo, have mercy. See, will Rock come out on top? I see her being able to get work. So I see her making her money back. She's going to change the way that she's seen, okay? And if she does a good job of this, she gets somebody to work with her for her PR, this can be a heck of a tale of redemption. She can do a new reality show with her and Junior. She could talk about her fighting addiction and how it's not easy for her to make, better decisions, righteous decisions. And that would really speak to a whole new market of young people that want to clean up their lives and want to better themselves. So I think that would, go in the direction of what people want to see now on TV. So I think really for her, if she angles in that direction, God will make it to where her new job is to show what your life can be when you resurrect yourself through cleaning your life up and letting God take over. That's a powerful message, especially, somebody coming from baddies and being known as a brawler. Like, that's showing that God can work on anyone. God can touch anyone and turn a lesson into a blessing, turn, a mess into a testimony. So I hope she's able to do that, because I think that would be a wonderful adjustment to her life. Says she is doing that, and it's called God's Plan. Said an allegedly Timberland isn't the only high profile producer that's reaching out to her. Come on now. Now that's some great information, because the Timberland cosign was crazy. I said, now what he did with her vocals, the way that it came off, I said, oh yeah, he's giving her a whole new movement. And she's showing that it's cool for young people to follow a righteous lifestyle and be relatable. They don't have to be perfect to do it. So this is going to be her biggest opposition. She needs to be careful of this. She's going to have to really buckle down, because this is falling under the moon sideways and the seven of swords. This Ace of Wands and King of Wands is definitely going to be her Achilles heel if she's not careful. She has to really figure out the difference between lust and love, because the people that she deals with, um, they betray her, and they get next to her because they know of her weakness with lust. They use it against her. So she's going to have to really control her base chakra and not let herself be ruled by somebody's magic wand, because that person will continue to use that against her, and that'll be the trap door for them to get in every time to mess her life up. And if it's not him, it will be somebody that's in the same energy, because she has to defeat that spirit so that the universe can send her a better man, a better type of man. She's got to boost her self-esteem as well, so that she knows that she deserves something way better than what she's had to settle for in the past. So, yeah, she's going to have to tame that beast, cut that soul tie. You said base chakra took you smooth out. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. That baby, that base chakra is that's the one thing. If you want to help Chrisean, pray for her base chakra and give her strength to say no, to not be controlled by the demon of the tallywhacker. Because if she can, handle that, everything else in her life falls in place. Taylor, the trolls are always atrocious over here. They I don't know what I did for them to be so gracious. Spencer, I don't do private readings for people in my chat. Yeah, the bots are working double time. I will tell you this. Chrisean has a very, very spiritual ability. She's someone that God wants to tap into and use as a conduit. He's got to clean out and clear out her life first. And her life experience, if she will let him use her, will be her new platform. She's going to be able to go around and talk to people about being at her lowest low, about addictions, about, you know, learning to love herself, about separating from what's not good for her. That's going to be her greatest triumph. So I wish her well. And I hope that the base chakra don't pull her under, because it's that base is hitting. He said the bots work in peak season. Carlissa's already getting her karma. So, you know, we're looking at, Chrisean is considering her options with law enforcement, possibly over a vehicle. So they're working out the details on what they should do about this money situation. It's not clear cut. And part of that is like, Chrisean really doesn't want to work with law enforcement. Like, she's been through enough. She really doesn't want to get the police involved. And I feel like this is another reason why, you know, people are, you know, testing the waters, because they know that Chrisean doesn't like dealing with the police. But I really think that what people don't understand is what you called yourself doing that brought hurt and shame to Chrisean. You wanted to shame her. If Chrisean is really in proper alignment with God, getting her life together, she really means, you know, that she doesn't want to live this life anymore. She wants to be a better person. She don't even have to go to law enforcement. God will step up and step in, and these people will not have, you know, money for long. They'll end up with spiritual holes in their pocket. And when you get spiritual holes in your pocket, you end up with all types of emergencies and losing jobs and having all types of things happen to you that keep you from being able to hold on to money. You'll have debts that will eat your money up before you can even get it. So I feel Carlissa was the one who told, hold on, who told the police, or Chrisean. Chrisean didn't want to deal with the police. I can tell you that right now. That was the last thing that she wanted to do. But the thing is, because of the situation that she's in, because of where her life is right now and what she has to do with law enforcement, she could possibly be forced to have to speak up about the situation, because, you know, you got to also think, you know, she's on, you know, possible probation, you know, don't want to violate. She doesn't want police contact. So I get that. It's like, I don't want police contact. I don't want to speak to the police. I want nothing to do with the police. Says she got a beast of attorney on her civil cases, and she isn't playing. Well, that lawyer's got to be on their they've got to be on their dean. The way that they got her out of there, the average lawyer couldn't have got her out of there. She would have been in there awaiting the next trial, and then they would have possibly processed her, and she would have went straight through and been in there for like 8 to 10 years. So whoever the lawyer is that she has, they're definitely doing the Lord's work, because I'm telling you, it feels like it was a plan. It was a deliberate plan to lock her up and take her money. Like, she was not supposed to come back from this. When Chrisean came back out, she was supposed to come out with no career and no money, and that's if she made it out. That allegedly feels like that's what the plan was for her. But God had another plan. Where in the world did they get the bots from tonight? What I consider doing OnlyFans. If I did OnlyFans, it would be called Only Feet, because that's all you gonna see. You get me doing tarot readings, and when the table is clear, you can see down through the table and see my feet. You wouldn't get nothing else out of me. So how do I think her court will go? It's very serious. It's a 50-50 chance. So it's definitely a lot riding on court, but I'm telling you, it's something about her lawyer. Her lawyer is a very, very, very astute, keen type of lawyer. This is somebody who understands the art of semantics, and they can take any situation and turn it on its axis, and that's how they've been helping her. Fanny's best, what you laughing at? Said, I think Blue Daddy was the one telling people that she's done and over exaggerating the situation. Blue's father wasn't the only one. He was regurgitating what he was told. Look what I told y'all. She was expected to go to jail, and this is what could have happened while she was there, death. Jail was her tower. But there's some truth that's supposed to be coming out. There's something that this lawyer has that I don't think was visited in the first place, or something that was overlooked in this case. You said the only feet comment. I ain't lying. Yes, toes. I mess around. I show you one toe at a time. So we've got, somebody really wanted to make her sorry through the justice system, through this unrequited offer. It was intended for her to have hardship. Somebody wanted her out of here. She didn't perish. They wanted her out of here a while ago. She didn't perish. So since she didn't perish, the next plan was to destroy her on paper through jail, allegedly. Come on now, Angie. Come on now, justice for us. Didn't that person say that she had to do what? In the past, because 6 of Cups is a past card. Didn't they say in the past that she had to do what? That's the death card. He was on an interview. He said she had to perish. He literally said this in an interview. And it was unchecked after he said it. He said the girl has to die. God's hand been on her a long time, honey. The plan that they had on her, she wasn't even supposed to be here. Even her going to lockup, she wasn't supposed to still be here. Said, I'm surprised Wack hasn't gotten touched or been locked up. Said, all because Blue is his man. Oops. Allegedly. Said, but God, touch not mine anointed. Come on now, say it again. Touch not mine anointed and do my prophet no harm. God was waiting for Chrisean to take life serious. And the moment she took it serious, he said, don't even worry about it. I'll step in. Do what I need you to do, and I'll step in. And that's when things started to open up for her, and she came home. But she couldn't come home until he showed her the truth about the people that she was dealing with, so that she wouldn't come back home and fall back into her old life. She had to be shown who and what she was dealing with so that she could change her life before she came home. She said that God told her to sit down. Yeah, he needed to. He needed to strip her of everything that was around her so that she could understand who she was dealing with. I don't think she really looked at these people for who they were. Baby, I don't even know who Bowden is. So before it gets too late, I'm going to go ahead and tap into the Tory stuff. Because I know I'm going to be ready to call it a night in a little bit. Hopefully my uploads are moving a lot faster, because it was something going on with the app that was stopping uploads for a minute. And then when you could upload, you couldn't title the video. It was weird. You said the paperwork is on Unite. Well, thanks to all of y'all. It's in my DM probably 17 times. Y'all looked out for me. You made sure I definitely had it updated. Thank you for letting me know where to find it, Shar. Let's see. Y'all girl mixtape album cover looks like an adult Lisa Franks activity. Y'all look at this. I mean, I won't say that it's not nostalgic. It took me back to, like, Columbia House, when they used to mail out the DVDs to your house. But it just doesn't, it's like, what is the aesthetic of this project? I thought that we were K-pop, we were hip-hop. Baby, I don't know. Let me see. Okay, so I'm over here on Unite the People. What I'm going to do is take a screenshot so I can blow this up, make it easier for me to read. Give me a second, everybody. Unite the People is, I mean, they are putting some hustle into this case. Shout out to them. Almost done, y'all. And once again, like I said earlier, shout out to Milagro, because she really has been on the front line of this case. And she caught a lot of flack for it, too. Going to be kind of interesting, to see how that turns around. Yeah, this way, if I blow it up, y'all, it makes it easier for me to show certain things. And I can keep this in my cloud as well. Shout out to everybody that was waiting for Tap It into Tory Lanez. I thank you and I appreciate you for your patience. Okay. I think I got 2 more pages. Oh, that's the last page. There we go. So, for those of you who have read this, you already know that Unite the People did miraculous work with putting this together. They were straight to the point about some things and they streamlined it. So I thought that that was awesome because one thing about, you know, a corporate America type situation or a legal situation, um, people are busy. They don't like to read anything that they don't have to read. So for this to be an extended brief, they did a great job of extending this brief, but not giving word salad. They really made it count with the points that they raised. Okay, now I can go to my pictures. Let me see, where is number 1? Okay, this must have been the second one because they released 2 of them because it was large. Let me go right back over here to see if I can find the first one. I think this is the first one. Okay, so we got the petitioner here, Daystar Peterson, petitioner appellate, Superior Court of Los Angeles, writ of habeas corpus, and let me enlarge this a little bit so I can read the number on here. We got number B333805, Court of Appellate, number B331774, Superior Court, number BA490599, the Superior Court of Los Angeles respondent. And it says, appeal from the Superior Court of Los Angeles County, Honorable David V. Hereford is the judge. And this is the opening page for the appellate's opening brief. So on the defense side, we got Crystal Morgan, we got Jose Baez. So they're both doing co-counsel. One, Jose's out of Miami, Crystal's out of Long Beach. So for those of you who haven't, you know, been keeping up with this case, Jose had to leave the case shortly, but he left the case so that he could get his bar association for the state in particular that they had this case in. So once he got registered with the bar of that state, he was able to come back and join the case. Hey, Unique Melody. Yes, you said they did wonderful work. So here we go. We have the rebuttal argument. This is on the second page. It says table of contents, table of authorities. So this is just a table of context for the brief that they submitted. And I like the way that they submitted this because they let whoever it is who has to look over this know exactly what's in it, exactly where to look. So it streamlines the process. They don't have to just go through it blindly and see what they get. They know exactly what they're getting before they go in there. Okay, so we've got the trial in court reversibly erred in allowing the testimony and evidence concerning Pete's emotions about the incident and its aftermath. That's very important. And the reason why it's important is because her talking about her emotions, which are subjective. That's the word. Her talking about her emotions are subjective, and her emotions being subjective, having nothing to do with the case, could color how the jury look at the situation, and they shouldn't be considering her emotions because her emotions had nothing to do with the incident at hand. You got to understand, she's on the stand saying that she's a victim. So her emotional state during that situation are not important because her emotional state would not have caused the situation if she is a victim. The emotional state that matters the most is the emotional state of the person who allegedly committed the crime. So if you're talking about, her emotions and you turn the testimony into what could be considered a pity party, people are now considering things on the stand that have absolutely nothing to do with the case. Who the hell is telling me konnichiwa? Is it spelled like that? Or so yes, it's manipulative. So yeah, it's misleading for sure. It says trial court abused the discretion of the overruling, objecting to this testimony. Alternatively, counsel, let me enlarge that a little bit. Counsel rendered ineffective assistance of counsel in failing to properly object to the testimony concerning Pete's emotions about the incident and its aftermath. Now, them mentioning that is epic. And the reason why they're mentioning that is because they're closing in the gaps with the lawyer who was present in court that day for the things that should have been objected to by the defense, which create grounds of ineffective counsel. So that means that Tory's lawyer was not fit to help him win the case by the way that he executed his judicial, I don't want to say judicial integrity. That's not the right way to say it. He didn't properly execute his judicial capability. There we go. So him not objecting to them talking about her feelings on the stage, well, the stage, Lord, she treated it like a stage. The stand led to tampering with the jury because it pulled them into, being sympathetic instead of being logical. They needed them to be logical and to be responsible with the information that they needed to process that was entered into evidence. Her feelings had nothing to do with evidence. Yes, it's judicial responsibility. Thank you. Absolutely. So that was really, really epic that they put that in there. Let's see. The people engaged in prosecutorial misconduct in making improper comments during the closing arguments. So just the header on that alone, they're calling out the prosecution for improper conduct and them not executing, how do I say this? It's like them not being on their best professional behavior. They knew the actual protocol for the court, but they were against proper protocol and procedure for how they were supposed to try this case. So they're calling them out on that. It says, A, the prosecutor made improper appeals to emotion. We just discussed that. Emotion and sympathy for the victim. B, the prosecutor, what is this? Hold on. Let me. Impermissibly argued facts not in evidence. Okay. So you can't get someone on the stand and create a narrative out of evidence that was not properly, submitted to the court. So if the evidence has not been brought into proper submission in the court, you can't just talk about something that's on social media or something that is in a song or something that is attached to the behavior of a person if there is no proper grounds for that discussion within the cross-examination. And they knew that. Says, so instead of focusing on the cause for the night, they focus on the tears after that night. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely part of it. It says prosecutors impermissibly denigrated defense counsel. Okay. These improper closing comments require reversal. So that's epic because what they're saying is that the prosecutors had misconduct when it came to the defense attorney. They put that defense attorney in a position to where they questioned this person's professional judgment and character, which was something that could affect this person's career and how they work. That's one. Two, you can't just, openly degrade counsel in court just because you feel some type of way. There has to be a level of professional decorum. With this whole improper closing comments require reversal, that means they want certain comments struck from the record so that they cannot be used if they go before the court of law again. And if they throw out these certain comments, that means that these comments cannot be used against Daystar Peterson, better known as Tory Lanez. They have to stick with whatever the actual evidence is of the case and not hearsay or things that are subjective, things that are subjective, like emotions. The trial court reversibly erred in admitting evidence of a person's creative expression. So that was when they were trying to use Tory's music against him, and they were going to use that music against him to keep him off the stand, to keep him from testifying, because they were going to try to convict him and persecute him through his artistic expression. Now, during the court case, when this was happening, the law was different. It actually changed after the case was over to where artistic expression cannot be used against someone in a court of law on the stand. So now that that law changed after the case, it looks like they're going to ask the judge or the appellate court to throw out the whole, prosecutory argument about Tory's music and using his music against him. But that also means that they won't be using Megan's music against her. They would have to actually use what happened in the evidence and in her character. And what they can do, because they're no longer going to use the music, is go to the social media and look at the things that were said and things that were, you know, posted in the social media. And that's where Megan loses, because Megan and her friends have posted a lot of off-color things and a lot of things that were considered disparaging. So that's something she's going to have to look out for. It says, hold on, Part A, newly added evidence in code 352.2. B, improper, hold on, let me enlarge that. Improper admission of Peterson's tattoos as evidence of creative expression. Statutory interpretation of section 352.2 warrants a finding that the tattoos are necessarily included as creative expression under the new legislation. That's just what I told y'all. The law changed after the case. So due to the new legislation, they can use that legislation to have the whole creative thing thrown out with the tattoos. But the part that Megan cannot escape with the creative license is that she talks a lot about firearms, pulling them on people, being violent, and then she has the propensity to be violent in her regular life. Hence the situation with her and Kareem. So they could teeter-totter on using that against her as, establishing her character. And if they use that to establish her character, then they can bring in character witnesses that could establish that she could be violent, and they could tear her apart that way. Just the thought. Said improper admission of rap lyrics and video. Remember, they wanted to, get Tory for a video and a song that was out before this happened, y'all. Not even something that was in the time period of when this happened. They didn't even pay attention to the time period of when he released the project. It says the court impermissibly child Peterson's right to testify. So that's like, how do I explain that? They're contesting the statutes or the intention behind what they were doing, like guiding her through the testimony, so to speak. So if you could think about somebody being on the stand, right? And they're speaking on the stand, but you're guiding the testimony to get a certain type of answer. That's the best way that I can explain that. So if I ask you a certain type of question and I corral the question in a certain way, it's going to put you in a position to answer in a way that I want you to answer versus you answering in the way that you actually would answer without assistance. Let's see. So says evidence of Peterson's tattoos and rap lyrics and music video was unfairly prejudicial. It says the trial court reversibly erred in admitting inculpatory statements allegedly made by Peterson. Said the trial court reversibly erred in admitting culpatory statements allegedly made by Peterson. So that feels like they admitted what was like hearsay. Do I do personal readings? Yes, I do personal readings. If you go to angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com and send me an email, I will get to you right away with prices and availability, morning or afternoon time slot, and we'll get you booked right away. Absolutely. Says the court reversibly erred in admitting an allegedly culpatory Instagram post, which was discussed to be, well, wait a minute, excuse me, which was disclosed to the defense in an untimely fashion, amounted to inadmissible, inadmissible hearsay, and was highly prejudicial, thereby resulting in the manifest of injustice. So that in itself, what that feels like is that they are setting this up for what would look like a mistrial if this evidence had have been handled and processed a certain way with the initial case. This looks like this would be a mistrial, and it would be a mistrial with prejudice, meaning that they would not be able to try this case again. So this is what this feels like they are, setting the case up for on the back end, that they will put him in a position to where this would be done with prejudice so that they cannot, charge him again, or they have to go to court and go on only the evidence that was provided and actually efficiently placed into the court, things that were actually put on the record legally the way that it was supposed to be. So if they try it again, they have to try it on fair terms. And on fair terms means that everything is actually submitted to the court properly through the proper channels. There's no hearsay. There's no conjecture. It has to be only what the facts are, not gossip, not a third party, Instagram upload to where the artist probably is not even running their page. They never checked and solidified that Tory is the one who actually runs the page. It was actually said after they came up with this information that Tory doesn't even run the page. He has someone that runs the page for him. So by them overlooking that very important detail, they're going to have to explain why they didn't verify that actual IG post was done by Tory or if it was done by someone else. So that's going to be very interesting as well. Let me see. It says Exhibit 40A was admitted in violation of statutory notice requirements. So once again, we have things not presented to the court in a timely fashion. The Instagram post amounts to an inadmissible and inherently unreliable hearsay without exception. That's exactly what I was just explaining. They never double check to see if that was actually Tory behind that, if that was a fan page. They never checked to see if this was a legitimate post by Tory. So the prosecutor would have to go back and check to readmit that in court to make sure that they were sure that that post was posted by Tory. Let's see, where are we? Said the admission of the Instagram post results in a miscarriage of justice. Once again, they are setting this up to where if it goes back to court, this looks like a mistrial. It looks like a not guilty. It looks like a mistrial. It says the trial court reversibly erred when instructing the jury. The trial court erred as it instruct only on general intent of a crime, failure to give specific limitation instructions. Hold on, let me enlarge this, everybody. Specific limitation instructions was errored. California authorities have required reversal due to ambiguity of instructions. So they were vague with the instructions. They didn't direct the jury properly, which left for, some type of misunderstanding of the information. Did I hear ASAP Rocky case was moved to 2025? No, I didn't hear that. Wow. I hope it doesn't end up somewhere in that's Southern District of New York, because everybody in the Southern District of New York is going to be sad this year and next year. Said what is this? The trial court reversibly erred when instructing the jury. That's where we were. Said the trial court erred as it instructed only the general intent of crimes. Failure to give specific limitation and instructions was an error. The California Authority has required reversible due to ambiguity of instructions. And it says the trial court reversibly erred in admitting Harris' recorded statement to prosecutor. Okay, so I had to think about that for a second. So that wasn't a part of the evidence that was properly submitted. Like, they were not supposed to know that Kelsey had already sat down with the prosecutors and had a interview. And I want to say, when I read the notes for the sidebars from the first counsel. Well, no, not the first counsel. The second counsel, the guy. Baby, listen, I can't say his name, y'all. But he had contested the judge because the prosecution on several different attempts. Okay, I will be emailing you when I'm off this live. The prosecution had several attempts where they were trying to add evidence in the midst of the case. Like, y'all, if you read the documents for Kelsey's whole entire testimony, it was exhausting. Kathy Tao was, pun and no pun intended, she was beating a dead horse. Kelsey had admitted that she lied several times over. She was trying to make Kelsey testify on the lie after she told her it was a lie. She told her several times she lied. What she said wasn't the truth. She still tried to make her testify on information she said wasn't true. And that was not only badgering the witness, it's like you were trying to force her to lie and then use her Fifth Amendment against her. Now, when you think about all of that, there was a part of Kelsey's testimony, and I just said this earlier. Kelsey was reading what was supposed to be text messages between her and the bodyguard Justin. And Kathy Taw passed her the paperwork, unredacted, and Justin's address is on this paper. Kelsey tells her that somebody's address is on the paper. She tells her, don't worry about it, just read what's at the bottom. How do you dox somebody in court and then tell somebody don't worry about it? You literally just gave somebody's address to another person in court, not knowing how that could affect their safety. There was a lot of things done in this case that were ridiculous beyond measure. I can't even say it. It says the sentencing court reversibly erred in declining to impose the lowest possible term. So that's interesting in itself because it's showing that the judge didn't even use the full spectrum of sentencing. They automatically maxed out his case without doing the minimum and the maximum for the case. They automatically gave this man the maximum without him being considered a danger to community. They didn't say that he was a flight risk. They didn't say, honey, you don't have to be here. Let's get you out of here. Bye. So here we go. It says the y'all work with me on this one. The cumulative effect of these errors warranted reversal. And it says the conclusion, the certificate of compliance, and proof of service. So that's the first part of it. So they came in with a very, very strong presence from the beginning. They really, really, really made some strong opening statements about all the things in the case that were not properly handled. And they did it in a way to where it was very cut and dry. It wasn't like a word salad. It got straight to the point. So great job to them for that. Says attorney to improperly garner sympathy for Pete. Oh, Lord, they did not call them out on trying to get sympathy for Pete. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. To get sympathy for Pete and calling, it said, and called for a finding of guilt. Hold on, let me enlarge this again. On the case, in parentheses, 10RT5135, immediately after quoting Pete's trial testimony that she started to feel like I don't matter, and I wish that he would have just pow and unalive me. So they're working to get these sentences, these statements struck from the record because it was subjective. Once again, like I said, her feelings did not matter when it came to trying to find out what actually was the fact of what happened to her at that moment. It didn't help to build anything in that moment for the case. If anything, it helped to color the jury with information that they did not need that kind of could have allegedly tainted the choice. Said Tory's team is not playing. I'm glad they were laying it all out on the case. Yeah, they weren't. They definitely weren't. Um, they went straight for the jugular with that one. Said that they were garnering sympathy for her. It says it would have. So if I would have known that I was going to go through all this torture. So that's the rest of that statement. So it looks like they're working to get that whole statement struck from the record. It says, but you know what? Megan does matter. This case matters. What the appellant did to her matters. Hold him accountable for pow-powing Megan. So this is what the attorney said to the jury. And even that's very, very interesting language to use because it sounds accusatory. It sounds as if he's already guilty and you're telling the jury that the only right choice or the righteous choice is to find him the way we see him. That's the way that this statement is colored. So that was a very, very great observation for them to have that removed, from the statements from the testimony, because it does not feed into the actual validity of what happened in this case. Oh, well, greetings to you too in Miami. Said, I hate that Tory is in jail, but this case is a sham. Well, it's Trisha. Here's the thing. They hate that he's in jail too, because at this point, they never thought that Tory was going to go in there like Moses and free all the damn inmates. So if it makes it any better, it's to the point that nobody wants Tory in jail. They at this point, they want him out. Hey, Brianna Love. So we've got, let's see, in parentheses, 10RT51177-5178, close parentheses. In closing arguments, the district attorney even reiterated Pete's testimony that there was not a day that went by that someone didn't call her a liar. Hold on. Didn't call her a liar or was not shaming her for being a grown woman and having sex. So once again, these are all comments that are coloring the jury by trying to paint a narrative of people possibly like slut shaming her for being someone that is sexually free or sexually fluid. They're trying to turn this into a public witch hunt against someone through slut shaming. If that is or was happening in the public, it has nothing to do with this case. It happened after this incident happens, which means that it is not important to this case. We're not trying him for people telling you that you were a liar and a slut after this happened. That has nothing to do with what happened that night on the street. Just because you were tried in the court of public opinion doesn't mean the court of public opinion is supposed to be trying this case. So they were really, really trying it with bringing in these public statements from, social media, or these accusations of statements from social media, because they had absolutely nothing to do with this case. So as you can see, not only are they getting sympathy for her, But it's like it's turning into a whole women's lib situation where now instead of talking about what happened in the street that night, they're battling the energy attached to body autonomy and, you know, this whole patriarchy and sex and sexuality. So now it's becoming like a battle of the sexes. And they're doing that by coloring the judgment of the jury, by making the jury sympathetic of things that transpired after the event happened that have absolutely nothing to do with the case. Think about it like, you know, random assault case. Let's say somebody slaps somebody down to the bar, right? Let's say there's a video of that happening. If that video happens to go viral and it becomes a meme and people laugh at it, that is not permissible to bring in court because your feelings got hurt. It had nothing to do with the initial slap. So, great point for the defense on this one. Why, thank you, Derek Stewart. So, where did I leave off? Hold on. It says shaming her for being a grown woman and having sex. Parentheses 10 RT 5430. The amount of references to these social media posts carries a grave danger of making the trail not about what actually occurred on the evening in question, but about Pete's trauma by men in the music industry, being shamed for having sex and called a liar every single day on social media, resulting in her not being able to speak to her, what is this? Not being able to speak to her own man and wishing that she would just have been pow and unalived as a result of the public's reaction. Any possible value of bolstering Pete's credibility at the trial by eliciting, hold on, let's see, eliciting voluminous, dramatic, and inflammatory inflammatory evidence was far outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice to the appellant and gave a rise due to process violations of federal constitutional proportions. The respondent has failed to demonstrate beyond, okay, I gotta go to the next page. Y'all, his lawyers was cooking, okay? His lawyers were cooking. They ain't leave no crumbs on the table, y'all. They said reasonable doubt for the cumulative, what is this? The cumulative errors which could have been cured by timely admission did not contribute to the verdict. So what they're saying is eventually the public comments would have died down and she would have got over it. But when it comes down to it, this has nothing to do with what happened. And not only does this have nothing to do with what happened, we're not going to allow her to garner sympathy, which is going to take people away from judging the case in question for what happened that evening. So this is a major situation right here that they're calling them on this part of her testimony. Because if you take this out of her testimony where they go off into conjecture, but because they're talking about how she feels, her testimony falls apart because the only things that's left is her admitting to sleeping with Tory and admitting to lying about sleeping with Tory. Remember, when she got on the stage, she had to admit to all the things that she lied about, and then they went off into what she, could remember, and then they capped it off with the sympathy from, you know, all the things that happened in social media. Her and Kelsey both never told the truth about how those damn nail tips ended up in the middle of the street. According to them, they just bumped into each other. Say hello from Great Britain. Well, hello, hello. Said, hi, Angel. Millie broke this down so good. She pulled up her ex and her old pow pow incident with him. See what I'm talking about when it comes to someone having a history and the propensity for certain behavior? She's the only one that was out there that night that has the propensity for this behavior. So if you were going to build a case around, character of the people that were out there that night, the only person that was out there that night that has been detained for this behavior is Miss Pete. There is no history of this type of violence with Daystar. There was no history with the driver or with Kelsey. The only person there who had this history was her. So if you think about, Megan has this history, right? It starts to make sense why people may not want to tell the truth about what actually happened. Because you got to think about, if she was in a situation where that pow pow was actually in her custody, how would the law or a judge possibly render a verdict on her if she has a history of this behavior and it comes out that that pow pow was actually in her possession? Not saying that her name was on it, but it was in her possession. Because it's a lot of people that got a pow pow off the street and it doesn't have their name on it. Doesn't mean it's not in their possession. Think about how the courts would deal with her if it is made admissible in a court of law to show her history. So I understand why the defense didn't go with showing her history at first, because they didn't want to seem like they were badgering the victim. But now they got to be out for, for blood. They got to pick her apart. And they've got to break her down like a fraction to show her past history, the fact that she has the propensity to cause something like this, and that may have actually allegedly happened again. Because if you have a history for it and then this happens, this could be history repeating itself. So I would not be surprised if now it comes to fruition that they work on getting the AG to unlock her case with Kareem so that they can take that paperwork and compare it to what actually happened. Because if they can get the AG to agree to using that type of information on the grounds of building the defense and for a character association with Megan and her behavior, it's going to all go downhill. Dylan Diaz, baby, go do predictions on your own channel, sweetheart. I got trolls that want to give their own predictions. They might be good. Who knows? Now you can join the conversation and you can tell us about what you feel, but you're not coming over here to do predictions. Okay, says about the appellant offering her in $1 million to not say anything was also inconsistent because when she first met the detectives, she failed to mention anything about the offer and didn't raise a point until the next interview. Okay, so they're giving the number for where you can find this interview. You've got parentheses 4RT 3324. What is this? 9RT 4932 parentheses 4946-47. So both women were drinking heavily at the party earlier that evening, and at one point Harris had passed out and woke up and continued drinking with Pete. Very, very important point, because only one person at that party that made it to the stand, shout out to EJ, gave us an assessment of the consumption rate for this get together. And according to EJ said that between 1:30 in the afternoon to 4 o'clock, so pretty much like 3.5 hours, they had smashed like 5 to 5.5 bottles of liquor. And they drank all this alcohol on empty stomachs. Now, everybody who's been following this case, a lot of people don't remember or they don't know that Kelsey passed out in the pool on a floaty. And it was EJ that went in the pool and got her out the pool and walked her to the suite that they had at the house so that she can lay down. And she stayed in there. She was asleep for a while. So she slept it off. She sobered up a little, came back, joined the party, and began to partake again. So this is going to be very interesting because Kelsey passed out, missed a majority of what was going on in the party because she was asleep for most of the party. So when you think about how much the both of them consumed, we got to think about what was the behavior, what was the energy, what was the assessment of what was going on before everything went left, because Kelsey didn't see everything. Remember, she didn't become a part of anything that popped off until they were in the vehicle on the way home. The only thing that she was able to let us know for sure is that EJ packed up all of Megan's belongings. He did not pack hers because EJ said that Kelsey didn't work for him. He only packed Megan's. In his testimony, he said Megan had what appeared to be a taser in her carry-on bags. All these bags were put into EJ's car because EJ said in his testimony that Megan had become extremely testy. Like, she was becoming very mouthy. She was being disrespectful to Kylie. And he wanted to try to remove her from the home because he didn't like the way her behavior was taking a turn for the worst. So these are all clues that we're getting from these testimonies that there was something boiling here before they ever got in the vehicle with Tory. Now, Kelsey let us know that Tory told his driver to take them home, but he appeared as if he did not want to ride in the vehicle with them going home. So that's a very big clue there. Why would he not want to get in the vehicle to go home with them? Was he simply just trying to stay with Kylie, or was he agitated by the moment and just did not want to be in that truck because he felt like it could lead to an altercation? Those are things that they could explore so that they can get the information that gives us what led up to the volatile situation. And that wouldn't be on hearsay. That would just be building, the it's like setting the next phase of this altercation up to understand how things progressed, so to speak. So they did, like I said, they did a wonderful job with this. It says, against the backdrop of the prosecution implied during the closing arguments that because the appellant had bribed both Pete and Harris, he may have also bribed Edison. This was not reasonable, the inference from the evidence. So they're saying that this wasn't even a reasonable assumption to make. Like, y'all literally pulled this out of thin air. How did you get from point A to point B? There's no proof of him offering anybody any money, nor did you mention this to the police or anybody in the hospital. There's no record of this ever being said until, further down the line. So it shouldn't be admissible because it was not said when they initially interviewed her about what was going on. She came back later on a later date after everything was all said and done, and then added that to the story. So that's what they're calling her on. They're calling her on making admissions to the story on the back end. So they're calling her a liar several times over. And they're saying that she is tweaking and adjusting her testimony from one interview with the authorities to the next, and then from the authorities to the court. So they're letting it be known that they feel like her story is inconsistent from each account. Said, I know his driver regrets bringing her back to Kylie's house. I know he does. I look drunk and wasted. Well, baby, why are you here? If nobody's listening to me, then why waste your time here? Let's send you back to the street. There you go. Let's get you out of here too. Get all the short bus shorties. Yes, the bots are tripping. They do. That's how you know we're over here doing some good stuff. The bots come in, they act a fool. Oh my God! Yes, the crayon eaters are in full effect. Oh my goodness! So this was this closing statement, and the statements that are made in Megan's testimony are extremely pivotal. Okay, so if they can have these removed from the record, y'all, when I tell you this is epic, because if you remove all of this from the record, then you see that this case is pretty much fluff and there's not much, there's not really any meat on the bones here. Everything is circumstantial. Everything is hinged on hearsay. They're challenging all the hearsay so that they can get to the truth of the matter. There's a lot of these types of statements throughout this case. So if they can get them to pull these hearsay statements, it changes the whole trajectory of everything. Said there's no substance to have that man in prison for 10 years. From what they have here, from what they're calling out, there's no reason for him to be locked up for 10 days, let alone 10 years. He should have According to this, if this is all that they have, it's a wrap. It says, to the jury, due to the special regards the jury has for the the prosecutors, therefore effectively circumventing the rules of evidence. Here, the prosecutor had already outlined that Edison would testify that the appellant had admitted that he fired the pow pow that evening. This was the only actual admission made by the appellant, and the testimony would have carried great weight. The jury was also told by the government that Edison would provide this testimony, and then he failed to appear. So Edison is Justin, okay, for everybody that's confused. Edison is Justin. Justin was Megan's bodyguard at the time of this occurrence. And the reason why it's important that they mention him right now is that he came forward and claimed that he knew for a fact that Tory, Daystar Peterson, had actually pow-powed Megan due to an admission. So when it was time for him to come in to testify, he did not come in to testify. Now, he did come in towards the end, but they had to send out authorities to his family's house. He, was working other jobs, was, I believe, at the World Cup or something overseas. So when it came time for them to try to get him to say that Tory admitted to it, he was not anywhere to be seen to stand on that statement. So, being that he never came in and testified to that, it shouldn't have been held as actual facts or evidence. He never got on the stand. Lord, they sent me to confused bots. The sentences aren't even coming together. Let me stop reading some of these comments. Let's see. It says, he's talking about he claims that he confessed him about the crime. It says, in that case, that was far from overwhelming. This evidence was explosive and significant and had a high likelihood of unfairly and unlawfully tilting the scales in favor of the prosecution. This is exactly true, as the prosecutors represent the people and are imbued and with an air of credibility in the eyes of the jury. So they're saying that by the prosecution saying this, what they say, holds weight, and it's not like a regular everyday person saying this. Them being a, officer of the court, they have a due diligence and a duty to uphold the law. So whatever they say has a huge impact on the jury, because people are more likely to believe in the officer of the court than an actual regular everyday civilian. So this is another way to possibly color or taint the jury in their decision, because it was never proven that this was actually said to Edison, aka Justin. Okay, so because Justin never came forward, he never gave testimony stating that he was told this. It was never proven that he received this type of communication with Daystar. It can't be held as a fact. They spoke this to the people on the jury as if it was factual. You can't give this type of information to the jury as if it's a fact and it had never been confirmed. It says the defendant will be, hold on, let me largen this. It says the defendant will be excused from the necessity of either a timely objection and or a request for admission if either of this will be futile. Um, it's telling you, see People's versus Hill, 1998. So they're bringing up the statutes where, oh, and they've got multiple statutes letting it be known where in certain cases, multiple cases where this statute had been created and how evidence and witnesses is supposed to actually be submitted into the court. So they're giving multiple precedents on this type of situation and letting it be known that the prosecutors argued a situation knowing that they didn't have this as an actual smoking pow pow. Okay, so it says because it would have drawn attention to the prosecutor's argument and run the risk of having the jury see the defense counsel concerned about the implications that a witness who failed to appear had been bribed by the appellant. Moreover, an admission by the courts pursuant to timely objection would have cured the harm caused. So they're calling his old lawyer on failing to properly object so that the judge could throw that out because that should have never made it into the statement from the prosecutor. So had the other lawyer had he hollered objection, at this time, it would have brought it before the judge where the judge can, okay it or deny it. And then it would have been, on the judge if the judge didn't properly follow whatever the statutes are. So having this statement about Justin Edison thrown out is also major because they're right. They tried to make it appear as if Justin didn't come to court because he had been possibly paid or bullied into not coming to court, which fed into the narrative that the jury was given without any facts, which is very reckless. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. It says, thereby allowing this court to reach this claim of error despite the absence of objection. Okay, so that goes back to ineffective counsel. It said the prosecutors impermissibly denigrated the defense counsel. So this in itself, this is very interesting because they're going to show how the prosecutors demolished the reputation of the defense attorney to the jury, which made him appear to be, either unknowledgeable or someone that may have been considered unscrupulous. So once again, they are playing dirty to get a certain reaction, a certain feel on things. Oh, let's see. It says the respondent attempts to show that the prosecutor's denigration of the defense counsel is closing argument to the jury was appropriate because the counsel asked Harris if the prosecution had pressured her, excuse me, y'all, had pressured her to meet with them. It says see respondents brief at 59. However, the defense counsel's question was perfectly appropriate and in no way an open door, nor warranted the language the prosecutor used against the defense counsel in closing. So, the defense had asked the question about Kelsey possibly being um, put in a position where her back was against the wall with the prosecution. Were they pressuring her to get a testimony out of her that was favorable to what they wanted to hear versus was this what she actually wanted to say? So they went before the jury in closing statements and tried to make it seem as if the defense attorney was being salacious. This was actually a good question because she said in her own testimony that, you know, she felt pressured. So if it is true that she felt pressured, then we need to know if the prosecutors possibly put her in a situation, or law enforcement in general put her in a situation to coerce her into giving, you know, false statements. Did she give the false statements on her own volition, or was she, you know, forced into it? And they're saying that that was a valid question. So that was excellent. It says during the direct examination, Harris denies or could not recall making certain statements against the appellant. This prompted the prosecution to impeach Harris with her pretrial audio. So this is when Kathy Tao went and played the interrogation, because that's more so what this was. It wasn't an interview, it was an interrogation of Kelsey. Now, for those of you who were reading, you know, the testimony with me, you will note that Tory's defense attorney had reservations, and he called them out on the way that they presented this to the court because they didn't have the full entire correspondence printed out. It's against the statutes for you to listen to the recording without having the paperwork in front of you to follow along, to read the transcript of the interview slash interrogation, so that everyone is clear on what's being said. He wanted to make sure that if they were going to hear this, then they would know exactly what was said, and if what is being said in this recorded communication is irrelevant to what is being, you know, discussed in court, then let's not let the jury hear this, because she's already stated that she has lied. So why would you let her go back and play the lie when she said that, hey, I felt pressured, so I said, you know, what I needed to say, but that was not true. So if she's admitted to lying, there was no reason to play back the recorded interview, and it was against protocol to have people listen to this interview without the transcript. So if you go off into, I want to say the sidebars, this is where Tory's lawyer had brought this to the attention of the judge in the sidebar, and the judge permitted this. So yeah, they got to listen to it, even though the defense attorney did call the judge out on this not being proper protocol. Hold on, where did... There we go. This the right one? I gotta find my place all over again. Ah, come on now. Which one? I gotta find my place. Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to find my place, see where I was at. Because they contested a lot. They contested the DNA evidence, the specialist that they had come up on the stand, the um, every nook and cranny of this case. They definitely raised some very, very thought-provoking questions and points, and they put a lot into taking this case apart from like all the way down to like the bare bones of this case so that it can be reconstructed the way where everything has to be submitted properly in due time. So when you look at a large percentage of the testimony, until you get to like Sean Kelly, until you get to Sean Kelly, a large part of the testimony is hearsay and feelings. Okay. um, EJ and Sean Kelly had the testimony that was holding the whole entire case together. Because outside of EJ and Mr. Kelly, we weren't getting anywhere with the two women. EJ let us know what led up to him leaving that night. And it's like he sensed there was going to be an altercation. So he wanted to get out of there. It felt like he was trying to, save Meg from, crashing out at this party because he was thinking about her career. And, to crash out on a Kardashian is, really, really messed up and bad for business. So, that was him being a great employee and a great friend. He was trying to get her out of there before, bad turned to worse. And then when you get to, Sean Kelly, and like, I feel like what should have been focused on was the 911 call. If you go back to the 911 call, you hear somebody yelling out, "Megan, stop." You hear that there is an altercation going on in the street before there is even any pow, pow, pow. So, Sean Kelly let it be known that there was a specific part of the altercation where he thought that they were unaliving her. He said it in his own words. He was like, they were beating her. I thought they were going to unalive her. He told us, and this came from nobody else but Sean Kelly. He said that they had her in the driveway beating the hell out of her. He said, which one? He referred to the bigger one, which was Megan. So we never got off into anyone cross-examining him to find out when the melee turned into everybody piling up on her, because we need to understand, why did that not come out in court? Why did she not tell us that she got jumped? Because that would feed off into how violent the evening was for her. My assumption is that they may have allegedly been unarming her, and what he saw was them doing whatever they could to get things out of her hand. Because of the distance and it was dark, there was only so much that he could see, because, this is a small handheld thing, is in the dark. but he can see, the physicality of the altercation. So I don't understand why the prosecutors didn't allow him to expand the testimony in that area where he talked about, I thought they were unaliving her, because that would have gave a lot of perspective to the situation. Because why would all three parties be putting hands on you, and then y'all get to court and you're saying that nobody physically got into it, y'all just bumped into each other? It's crazy. Said Megan just don't know the truth will set her free. She just needs to come out and say that she lied so everyone can move on, including her team. The truth may have set her free a long time ago. Now it's going to be the nail in her career coffin. She had years to tell the truth. Says she had the pow pow and they was trying to get it from her. That's how I feel. I mean, that's a perspective. I feel that way, but the thing is, nobody ever explored that as evidence. You got to think about this. This is the man who, well, several people called the police. It wasn't just one phone call. But you got to think about, this man is telling you, hey, the escalated event that I was calling about, it escalated again. And then it escalated again. So he's letting you know that this situation was progressively escalating the whole time he was on the phone. We need to know about the whole entire way that this situation was escalating while he's on the phone. Now, here's the thing. The rumor mill says that he sold his house and moved out of the country. If that is so, how does one get him back on the stand if this was to go back to court? Because this sounds like, to me, if this was to go back to court, he wouldn't even be available to come to court. But they can call back both of the bodyguards. We found out after July the 29th that, Quan did give a written sworn statement, which could be used as testimony, where he said that he never saw Tory, pull the trigger towards Meg. Okay? He never witnessed that. We found out that the prosecution had that before they even pressed charges, and they sealed it and hid it, and then tried to blame the defense for not calling him to court as a defense witness when they had already gotten his witness statement and hid it. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see how this turns out. Said her five hotties won't care. She ain't selling no way. Oh damn! Now they gonna care, because this is gonna be ugly. So yeah, I'm gonna get off of here, y'all, because I feel like my energy is being like pulled and drained. But what I will do is come back this week to do another live, and we can go through, more things that are attached to Tory this week, because we're going into a space and time where things are about to get real active with this case. And a lot of people are going to be surprised what really happened. This case was tried more so in the court of public opinion. A lot was hidden. A lot of facts did not get out to the public. A lot of what people think they know about the case is ass backwards, upside down, and wrong. So to bring this out right now, this actually is going to work out best in Tory's favor, because you got to think about, we're in a position now where people are starting to call females out. They're calling these women out for toxic femininity. And when you see the support that, Safari had after he put out that video of Erica and how she behaved in front of the children. We're seeing a huge shift in the way that everybody is perceiving women and accountability. So this is not the same energetic uh, signature that was on the case the first time around. Said, I think that the people that defended her knows that she's lying. They just don't want to be wrong. I think that that's a large group of people, especially when it comes down to like content creators and people in this realm, because some people went so hard that it's going to be extremely hard for them or almost impossible for their pride to dial it back and report what the new findings are. Y'all, look at how many people covered this case. But then when it came time for the updates, they said absolutely nothing. Mum's the word. There's a couple of content creators. There's a woman in particular. I'm not going to even get off into saying her name because she's very, very popular. She has at least 500,000 followers. And she dragged Tory, Daystar Peterson, whichever one you want to call him, she dragged him to hell. But when the new developments came, when, Unite the People became a part of his defense, she did not come back with not one single update. She didn't say anything about what's going on with, the motions that were put in. She didn't say anything about what the adjustments were from the motion. She didn't say anything about the AG's findings or anything that the AG had said in response to the motions. It was mum's the word. So with that being said, when these findings start to come out, these people are going to look really, really crazy. Because at the end of the day, if your job is to report the news, is to report all aspects of the news, not just the point that fits your narrative. You have to tell both sides. Even if you don't feel that it's fair, if you don't think that this is how it should go, you have to report everything, not just the parts that favor what you decide fits your agenda and your narrative for your content. So if you're going to go as far as to read the dockets, to go down to the court, to put your ass in the seat, you need to tell the full spectrum of the story. And I feel like these people need to be held accountable because your voice is going out into the masses. And there's a lot of people who don't know what's going on, and they're taking your voice as the end all be all, because a lot of people don't understand that no matter how people report on these cases, a lot of YouTubers don't have journalistic integrity because they're not journalists. They're giving, hit pieces and opinion pieces. They're not going to go off into actual reporting, because if they go off into actual reporting, you have to destroy the narratives and just give the information. Now, you can pepper in your opinion here and there, but what is the facts? Facts are the foundation. Facts don't change. Every time you read it, that fact is going to be the same fact. So these people, instead of going by the facts, they just choose to forget about the whole entire case and not report anything. That's crazy. You made all that money bashing them and tearing them down. Come back and make some money and tell us about the updates of the case. And don't update the case with false information. Don't update the case with speculation. Update the case with actual information. And that's what they keep failing to do. So I want to see how this is going to affect a lot of radio stations, and what's going to transpire when Daystar Peterson comes home. Because think about it, that radio station that allowed that contest for people to call in and win tickets to Megan's show, but they had to say Tory did it, they deserve to receive legal retribution. They really do. Because as a outside entity, they had no business chiming in and in an accusatory fashion and have people call in to win tickets and say that, do you think that Tory pow Meg? Like, this is a real thing. They literally had people calling in, and when you called, the lady who is the DJ is asking people, like honestly asking people that are calling in to win, do you think Tory pow Megan? So if they don't say that he actually injured her, powed her, they don't win the contest. So you're rewarding people, giving people tickets to a concert for saying this man is guilty. That's coloring the opinion of the masses. So if there is a jury trial, think about all those people who could have heard that now are poisoned by that. And then on top of it, insult to injury, you making people call in and say something like that to degrade this man, and the tickets are 59 cents. She's not even selling these tickets. They were giving people tickets to just come and be seat fillers, to be models, paid promotion models, so they could fill up those seats. So you mean to tell me people gotta call and condemn this man to go to a show that y'all can't give tickets away to if it came with a Popeyes meal? Come on now, this is crazy. So yes, I remember that was reported on, and the radio station hang up on you if you didn't say, yeah, if you didn't go in Megan's favor. Right. So I would personally file against that conglomerate, whoever is over that radio station, not just the radio station, but the parent company over the radio station. I would send my lawyer to that parent company. And not only would that episode or those episodes, however long it went, be pulled down, I would ask for that DJ to be terminated, because you didn't have to say that. You didn't have to take part in that. All you had to agree to was saying, you know what? I'll do the contest, I'll give away the tickets, but I'm not about to ask people if he actually powed her and then hang up on them if they don't say yes. I would go after the conglomerate behind that station. Real talk. Oh, this is what y'all telling people about me? Because once this case is overturned, baby, ooh, the conversation is going to look real different. People going to have to clean up their process of communication. They're going to have to change the way they discuss this. And see, when you're a public figure and you're going around doing things like this, you're not a regular person. So you need to be held liable for that type of communication. But y'all, I'm going to go ahead and end it here because I'm getting tired. But I'm going to come back this week so that we can finish up on reading what Unite the People have, brought to the table. We can also come forward and talk about, what the AG for California has said in the, answer to the motion. And we can also tap in on where this case is going to go from here. been telling y'all for the longest, no disrespect to, any other readers. I had people that came to me a year ago and they were saying, well, my cards said that he was going to jail. I pulled cards on and said he was going to jail. And he did go to jail. But the difference between the way that I received the messages and how my gift works was God and my angels showed me the whole event in reverse. They showed him coming home, and then they gave me the information to let me know how and why. And then they gave me the mile markers to let me know what to look for, to let me know that the time was aligning and coming near for him to come home. So, when I told y'all, the people who are responsible for him being in there were going to face going to lockup when he was preparing to come home. That is actually happening. You have people investigated by the feds right now, and a certain person is, looking at not coming home. Another one is looking at possibly coming in. Here we go. How about Luke Morton? I cut you out of the comment section so you don't have to worry about if I cut my nails or not. A lot of that has already come to fruition. I saw that there's going to be implications around someone being sexually inappropriate with minors. One of those people has been accused of being inappropriate with at least 25 minors as of now, as we speak. So, like I said, I don't judge anybody for how they get messages, but the way that I got my messages, God showed me the whole story in reverse. It wasn't about him going to jail. God showed me that he was going to come back and why he was going to come home and who was going to go down on his way back home. So I saw the whole entire thing play out in reverse. And now, fast forward, we're seeing the things that I saw then come into fruition now. Okay, y'all. My bots must be sleepy because they're not even making sense. Oh, thank you, Wanda. Say have a good night, Angel. And back to my tarot studies. I'm up to 5 of Wands. Okay, well, I got some that I'm uploading tomorrow with the, let's see. I want to say the wands. I'm gonna finalize uploading the rest of the wands because I had a hard time uploading videos this week. So you're gonna get um, the last of the 78 tarot cards by this weekend, and then once we get those out the way, then we can go off into associations and how to tap into, if it's a business reading, if it's a love reading, if it's for spirituality. Then we're going to start having lives for tarot class. So everybody who follows me for tarot class that is in my membership, we got lives coming soon. And for those of you that are in my tarot class that are also, following this Tory Lanez case, we're going to do some practice runs where, if you got your cards at home, pull them out and we're going to read together, and I'm going to test everybody's intuition, and you guys can tap in real time in the comments section, and we'll read it all together. So I can't wait. I'll talk to y'all soon. And I'm about to go in here and find something that I ain't got no business eating at all and have me a late night snack. I will talk to y'all soon. Much love to everyone. Many blessings to everyone. Stay safe. And remember, y'all, keep your head on a swivel this year, especially Black Friday, holiday shopping, Christmas shopping. There's a lot of weird stuff happening this year. And I just want y'all to all be safe because, unfortunately, a lot of what's going on with these migrants can turn into anarchy. And it's already bad, but I'm telling you, times 10, depending on what happens with this election in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So be safe, y'all. Talk to you soon. Good night.